Welcome to the countdown. While you wait for the show to begin, try to relax, grab a drink, sit down, and just enjoy the music.
Yeah. Ooh, whoa.
Don't Christina it out.
Okay.
A little bit of land goes a long, long way. If you believe fracking is okay, a little bit of land goes a long, long way. Sign the lease, bring the rigs today. Everybody say money, love, money, 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 more money.
She looks metallic.
Though I can't quite recall overnight sensation.
And we're live. Welcome everyone to our Sunday live streams for RuPaul's Drag Race All Stars 6. Before we begin, let's greet everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for coming. We have Jules, Amateur Season, Apple, Camille, Caru, Armate, Theri, Lori Gemini, David, Aaron, Omate Soup, Quadonte, Prince Austral, Lisa Keith, Yelko, Sajuri, Luna, Corinne, Jessica S, Spaghetti Penguin, Nora, Sasha, Steph Gray, Ryan Spring, Signature No, Sasha Girard, Aris, yes, Myra Manzini, Nightmare Trubator, Kevin Hoffman, Tarciso, Teller, Zach Iconic Thomas, Joshua, Cesar, and Twinkle. And thanks everyone who just joined right now. Thank you so much for coming to this live stream, and this is going to be one of the most intensive live streams that I have ever made. Now, as usual, super chats are welcome. Comments at top RPDR videos. It will be highlighted for me, and when I have time, I will switch to the chat and read your comments as well. So don't worry about that. Now, as you know, I had my vaccine yesterday. I seem to have no side effects from it, which is really good, but I did work on this review night and day. So if I'm lost, please understand it's been literally a ton of work. Like a ton of work, because what's happening in here, it's something so well done. It's something so well done that it really took a ton of effort to follow the breadcrumbs. It really took a ton of effort to do so. Jules, thank you so much for the support. Saying hello, thank you for all the work you do. Scarlett is a gift to the world. She sure is. She definitely is. Thank you so much. On a side note, no, I'm not going to say that. I will say it if it happens. Don't worry, everything is fine. Okay, now that we are all here, if you get lost at some point in the review, don't worry, I will release a video. Videos will be included in that video, so it will help you follow everything that is going on a little bit better. I will do the best that I can to explain you everything, but if you get a little bit lost, write me in the comments at our top RPDR videos. Let me know. I will stop. We can go back and discuss the thing that you didn't really understand. Okay, are we all on board? Should we get a little bit of energy drink before we start? Are we all ready? This is going to be a wild ride, like a wild ride. Okay, let's begin. Welcome to The Chop, and in this episode we go down a deep rabbit hole. This is not going to be easy. We have to have a lot of ground to cover, but by the end of it, I hope that you will understand exactly the finesse of the work that was employed to effectively convey the idea that Jen Sport is a disingenuous and calculating person. The villain edit of Jen Sport is a marvel of story producing, and this episode was put together with such a degree of precision and calculation that it makes it almost admirable. From editing to music, confessionals, critiques, even some of the queens themselves, everything works in unison to carry on a very convincing narrative. And it worked, but they have been sloppy. They left too many clues behind. So this is going to be one of the most intensive review that I have ever made, and it did require help from our viewers and all of our time and ingenuity to pull down the curtain on one of the best villain edits that was ever executed on RuPaul's Drag Race. This rabbit hole is deep, and getting to the other side, it's not going to be easy. Now, we don't have all the pieces of the puzzles yet. We might be making some minor mistakes, but if that happens, I'll be sure to let you know in the future episodes. And everything that is presented in this video is to be intended as speculation. Now, a note for the new viewers of the channels. I know what you might be thinking, but I can assure you that I showed the same exact level of energy for Brita and Guido back in Season 12, for Alexis Mateo in All Stars 5, and for Candy Muse and Utica in Season 13. It's not about the queen, it's about the edit. So the live streams are on the channel's playlist, the videos are on the main page on the channel, just watch it and everything is there. In addition, during the critiques, I'll be discussing some themes that might make some viewers uncomfortable. I will take care to give you notice in advance so that you can skip that section. And if you're watching this as a live stream, I will advise you before so that you can mute the live stream and tell you which image will be on when that section is over. Corinne Mercury for a £3, I think, super chat. Thank you so much. This is to finance Matt's energy drinks addiction. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We also have some other comments before we begin to the review. We have Prince Astral saying, I really wanted Jan to go. They totally ruined her character. Absolutely agree. And Ryan Spring, basically a whole episode dedicated to shit on Jan. Yes, but with so much class and precision that part of me is divided because I literally admire this level of how can I say, this level of ingenuity that they used to convey this image of Jen. It's really admirable in an evil way, but it is. So part of me is like, oh shit, they really did a great job. And the other part of me is like, poor Jan, this is such a mess. Now, let's begin with the review. In order to understand what's going to happen, it's inevitable, we will have to establish some foundations. Number one, on All Stars, each episode looks like it took 2 days to film. So we'll be calling those days Day 1 and Day 2. Confessionals are usually filmed after each day, so on average we have 2 sets of confessionals for every episode, 1 for each day of filming. Sometimes production might run out of time and they don't actually have time to film the confessional for the day. So what usually can happen is that confessional is filmed the day after, either in the morning or it's merged with the confessional for the subsequent episode in Day 1. So they sit there and they talk about 2 different days of filming. We are going to be calling these confessionals the skipped confessionals. Number 3, some queens might be asked to refilm confessional a long time after filming for the season actually wrapped up. Never forget Kamora Hall and how she sported new regrown eyebrows literally split seconds before we see her after seeing her in the workroom with shaved eyebrows. This literally had to be refilmed months later. And of course, our spiky hair rosé from season 13, that confessional that strangely appeared in basically all of the episodes of the seasons, pushing narratives, pushing storylines, and confirming things that will be convenient to the plot. So, remember all of these things. Now, with this said, I need to prime you for a little moment, it's really a little moment, on some confessional that we are going to be seeing during this episode. You need to know that they exist before we start discussing the episode. If you forget a little bit of them, it's not a problem. Just know that they exist. First set of confessionals comes from... oh god, I'm eating my words. The first set of confessional comes from Jansport. This is Pimple on the Lip Jen. Now, Pimple on the Lip Jen appears in episode 4. It references directly the events of episode 4, and this is most likely a skipped confessionals, because as you can see, those exact set of pimples appear during filming for episode 5, day 1. Number 2 confessional from Jen is Pimple on the Nose Jen. This confessional appears in episode 4 with no direct references to episode 4. Also appears in episode 5 with loose references to episode 5, and it looks like it begins to a future episode, if not even refilmed long after the season was over. Number 3 is Big Pimple on the Lip Jen with razor burn on the neck. It's very unclear to me where this confessional comes from. Believe me, I put all my best effort to find out, but I don't have a definitive answer yet. This is the confessional in which Jen is crying. My best bet is that this confessional comes from episode 4, day 1, and she is crying because she's referencing the critiques from episode 3, the one in which Ru told her that she lacks funk and that she lacks humanity. Now, the second set of confessionals that we're going to look at are from Eureka. The first one, what I like to call Punk Rock Hair Eureka. Now, Punk Rock Hair Eureka appears first in episode 4 and directly references the events of episode 4. Also appears in episode 5 with no direct reference from episode 5. This to me appears to be a skipped confessional. The number 2, Wavy Hair Eureka. This confessionals appears in episode 4 and directly references episode 4, also appears in episode 5 and directly references episode 5, and this is the best candidate for me to be a confessional that's been refilmed at the end of the season. And the last one is Pimple on the Cheek Eureka. Now, Pimple on the Cheek Eureka first appears in this episode, episode 5, but it makes no direct references to this episode. However, Eureka only appears with that specific pimple in episode 4, day 1, in the workroom. So this confessional very likely comes from episode 4, day 1. Now that we have established the background, if you don't remember all of this, if you don't remember all of this information, don't worry, it's not a problem. The important thing is that you know that those confessionals exist. I'll be catching you up later on, okay? So, the episode begins, and the first thing that we see is previously on All Stars, and we are already primed for Jen's narrative. We have a throwbacks from episode 4 that it's telling us that Jen is fake and she is a calculating person, because in a mismatch confessional that we discussed the episode before, she said, I'm not only looking at who I want to stay, but also who they're going to vote. And then she continues, this will be the best decision for the long haul in this competition. So Jen is a calculating person and she is fake. However, this is a false narrative, because Pimple on the Nose Jen comes from the future. A future in which, in all likelihood, someone is accusing her of throwing Scarlett under the bus. Her words are taken out of context, time traveled to episode 4 so that Jen could look like a piece of shit. After this, previously, and after being primed already to Jen's storyline, we are back in the workroom. What we are seeing right here is episode 4, day 2 of filming. Don't forget that. So we are back in the workroom and we find out that Jara has been sent home, where she spilled some tea about Jessica being scheduled for another lip sync during a Roscoe's viewing party. You will find a link in the description when the episode actually comes out. So we are here and we are counting lipsticks. And the first thing that happens is that we are met with a mismatched confessional from Jen. On the left, we have red pimple on the lip Jen, a skipped confessional, telling us that the group voted unanimously to save Akiria, and this is a complete 180 from what she thought was going to happen. So, and then pimple on the nose Jen comes to tell us that she is in panic mode. Now, this is again another false narrative. The narrative is telling us, ooh, Jen was caught red-handed. She tried to do something shady, but she was caught, and she's admitting it on screen. However, pimple on the nose Jen doesn't belong here. She comes from somewhere else, her words taken out of context in service of the narrative. Immediately after, we are back here in the workroom and Jen is trying to explain herself. However, cue the background music telling us that whatever she's saying is bullshit. Cue all of the queens bitch-facing to her. And everything is telling you that Jen is basically full of shit. This is what you find out right here. Now, it's not over yet for Jen. Let me get the image again. 1 second. There we go. So, while Jen is trying to explain herself with the background music on, with the queens bitch-facing, immediately we have Akiria teleporting from episode 5, day 1, from filming of episode 5, day 1, to look pissed at Jen. At this point, Jen tries to explain herself a second time. Cue the tense music, cue the shady noises to take away any credibility from what she's saying, and she says that she didn't want to vote for Akiria, but the consensus of the group was voting based on track record. So she didn't want to think that she was being shady if she voted for Jara, because that's what her heart was telling her. And this she told her in the confessional from episode 4. And the queens tell her, it's your decision, you can do whatever you want. Cue a confessional from Akiria, this one belonging to this episode, saying out of camera, however, that at the end of the day, it's your own decision. So you gotta grow up, mama, and put your big panties on. What was she talking about? Was she talking about the fact that she was in the bottom the previous episode? Or is she talking about Jen? We don't know. But in this context, she is talking about Jen. Now, at this point, the girl go again discussing... the girl continued discussing about the track record. Should it be considered in voting? Trinity said no. Scarlett and Eureka says yes. Jen is confused, and at this point we have another confessional from Jen. This time is red pimple on the lip Jen, a skipped confessional, telling us on camera that she looks like a traitor. And off camera, in a Franken sentence, she says, I miscalculated this week. And that sentence was patched together. So, you might ask, where is Jen coming from when she said, I miscalculated? What does she mean by that? I will give you an answer to that, my best answer to that, by the end of this review. Suffice it to say that in this context, having her admitting to have miscalculated gives credibility to the storyline that she tried to throw Akiria under the bus, that it didn't work, and that she was caught red-handed, because she is a calculating person, and she tried to throw Akiria under the bus, but she was caught. This is the narrative. Now, the question that I have for you is, do you really believe it? Because when you think about it and you take into account the performance on the show, the following on social media, the reach that these queens have, the reputations that these queens have, who is a bigger threat to you, Akiria or Jara? Seriously. So if she wanted to backstab someone, if I wanted to backstab someone in her place, I would have kicked Jara out, just like everybody did. Find the right excuse, kick the competition out. And if you can make it, if you can pinpoint any other kind of doubts on somebody else, well, guess what? You are winning the RuPaul's Drag Race narrative jackpot. Now, after watching this section, I am left with the feeling that Jen might be a very insecure person, a kind of person that prefers to hide behind the character and established conventions like track record, for example, rather than make her own decision and own her own decision. This is just the impression that I have. It's not a positive thing. It's not a negative thing. It's just what I think right now, after witnessing all of this, stripped of the narrative that was constructed over it. But you can make your own opinion on that. Now, let's go back to the chat before the time in which it's a new day in the workroom. I saw a couple of comments. Here we are. John Young. Hi, y'all. I missed this episode. Still not going to miss the live stream. Sending love. Thank you, John. Thank you so much for coming. Corinne. Jessica Wall said on Insta that she was booked for this date and she wasn't scheduled to come at another time. That is interesting. That is interesting. So, what's really happening in here? Is Jara telling the truth, or is Jessica trying to maximize her possibility to be on a future season of All Stars? We will have to see about that. But I think I have evidence that supports Jara's narrative in this point, and we're going to talk about that after the Maxi Challenge. Now, let's get a little bit of energy drink. I told you this was going to be an intensive review. But don't worry, we're going to get through it. Is everybody on board with what I've shown you right now? Do I need to get back to explain myself better? Don't be shy, just tell me, it's not a problem. Okay? And I will get... Oh no, I am out of liquid energy. While you tell me if you need to go back to some other things, I will get some liquid energy. 1 second. By the way, can you imagine that we are not even sponsored from Lidl? That's crazy. We should at least get free energy drink from them. We give them so much publicity. Signature note following. Good. Steph Gray, I'm good. Jacob, no disrespect to Jen, but I think Jen lacks the personal maturity to stand her ground with her beliefs when faced by alternative views. I think the same, and I don't think it's disrespectful to Jen to just say what your impression is. After all, we're talking about impressions. We don't even know these people in real life. Missed week. What happened to good old coffee? Well, the energy drink have caffeine. It's just more concentrated. Okay, great. Everybody is on board. Let's move on. So, Fantasia, what are the names of the pimples for Eureka? We only have pimple on the cheek Eureka. And we use that name so that we could pinpoint where that confessional came from. Other than that, we're going to judge Eureka by her hairstyle. So, It's a new day in the workroom, and we find out that Trinity bleached her hair. So we finally find out where that strange confessional was coming from. Unfortunately, this episode we get to meet red hair Trinity. So we are back at square one. Now, Ru comes in and announces the maxi challenge for the episode. It's going to be a talk show called Pink Tabletop. Now, on the bright side, the queens choose their teammates and they can assign the topics by themselves, but the topics are chosen by the producers, which I'm sure has nothing to do with the background check or medical records of these queens. It's just, hot button topics like motherhood, sex, or body issues. And I'm like, yes, these are important topics, but they're not really They're not really hot button topics. Like, for example, my personal suggestions would have been, number 1, woke politics and face value, how pretending undermines our quest for equality, or too soon or too late, the dilemma of medical intervention for transgender youth. And number 3, a quest for family, adoption and surrogacy in the LGBTQI+ community. What about those hot button topics? But, it's Drag Race. We call them hot button topics, but it's what it is. Now, what is this talk show? This is not some trashy things where people snatch their wigs and throw some shoes and then the audience gasps because somebody was invited without the guests not actually knowing that they would come. This is not trashy, okay? I didn't know what this was supposed to look like. I didn't understand anything in the beginning, so thanks to Fantasia that actually clarified it for me. So if you're not from the US, the reference here is to a talk show from Jada Pinkett Smith, the wife of Will Smith, called Red Table Talk. This is a serious talk show. So we are fishing for emotions, we are fishing for trauma, we are fishing for vulnerabilities, so the queens better hair it all at the snap of the fingers and in front of the camera, all while looking comfortable and fabulous because the audience here is hungry for emotional trauma served on a platter. Or at least in the eyes of the producers. My opinion, of course. The queens are not supposed to camping it up too much or play a character. This is a talk show where they have to pretend to be themselves. They have to look comfortable, they have to have a good chemistry, and they have to keep the conversation rolling smoothly. So, from my point of view, I'm all in for listening, understanding, supporting, learning, but this is just emotional porn, and this is uncomfortable to me, and it's uncomfortable that they did this to begin with, because some of these queens might not even be ready to talk and hear all this emotional turmoil that's inside them, like Raja, for example. And some of you might come and say, well, yes, but they have a choice, they can avoid doing it. And I'm like, of course, yes, they have a choice, but that choice is highly discouraged because they invested money to come on All Stars, their image is on the line, their ability to pay rent is on the line, their career is on the line, so of course, yes, they can walk off. And then 6 months later, I'm sure that they will get a nice relatable edit, right? Not everyone in here is Adore Delano. What Adore Delano did, she could do because she is Adore Delano. So yes, they can walk off, but I bet nobody really thought they will just walk off. So I respect all of their stories, but I'm not going to review this challenge. Back to the comments. Youth caused it. When I heard that the challenge was going to be, I thought the producers were clever for making pieces of story and emotional fishing right itself. EMI, anything better than Bossy Rossi. Prince Astral, is that why they use vulnerability instead of trauma? It could be. It could be. John Young, Adore is a snack. What's a snack? Something that's good to eat? Let's get some liquid energy. I'm starting to get, a little bit hot. All these hot button topics, my God. So, while the queens divide into groups, we have the first appearance of wavy hair Eureka, which references directly this episode. Now, we've seen this confessional, of course, already in episode 4, referencing directly episode 4. So it's important that you notice that there is something going on with Eureka's confessionals, because this episode will make you fall in love with Eureka. And once you do, she will be weaponized and teleported to support Jen's villain edit. Now, the groups are as follows. Ginger, Pandora, and Jen will discuss buddy issues. Raja, Kylie, and Scarlett will discuss motherhood, with Raja admitting to feeling uncomfortable in doing it, saying that her talk is probably going to be very heartfelt and emotional, and Kylie responds, "We need that." All of the queens are aware that they are fishing for trauma, and that's what they have to do, because they are professionals. The problem is, sometimes you can try to be as professional as you want, but something is just heartbreaking. It's just too much. You can do it, but you are going to pay the emotional consequences of doing it. And the last group is Akira, Trinity, and Eureka, and they will be talking about sex. Now, a last moment to throw Scarlett under the bus. We have this mirror scene in which Scarlett is passed as if she's playing mental games with Kylie. Basically, she's saying, Kylie, you need to come out of your shell a little bit, because they told you were a little stiff in the last acting challenge. And when I reviewed that challenge, what I told you was, to me, Kylie looked a little bit too stiff, a little bit out of character. I had the same impression. I don't think there's anything shady in here. The problem is that Kylie is not stupid, and she comes from season 2, a season where everybody was cutting everybody else. So she pokes Scarlett a little bit, she tests her, and she said, "So, you don't think that I'm high energy?" To which Scarlett responds, "Well, I think you can be higher." And then she continues, "Do you want to do it?" But instead of saying, "Yes, it might be better," "Oh, you offered me to do it, yes, I'm going to take it," as if she was being shady, instead she says, "I say all of this while I also believe that you, Kylie, can do it." But of course, with all the cut and paste that goes around it, you are left with the impression that Scarlett is trying to play a little bit of mind games in here. Felicia, I felt Jen. This is what the judges want. Comment was edited in from rehearsal. Jules, Raja O'Hara played the game well. It was also hard to watch because she was so broken by her mother. Kako Games with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much for the support. I'm tired of people. Scarlett was robbed. Scarlett was thrown under the bus, in my opinion. Yeah, we are huge Scarlett fans in here. I mean, nobody in here takes it on other queens or even give feedback to anybody else, but I'm like, yeah, they passed on Scarlett a lot. That's what I think. Ryan Spring, Scarlett didn't get any other storyline this season other than her storyline with Raja. Yeah, she didn't really have a storyline. I agree with that. Now, it's a new day in the workroom. The queens filmed the challenges, and we are back in the workroom, this time with Raja. And Raja breaks down in tears because she said too much. She thinks that maybe she said things that will be damaging to her relationship with her mother. She's afraid that her mother won't understand. And this moment to me was really heartbreaking, because I completely understand how the way that you feel will inevitably clash with the work that you have to do in order to pursue your goal, which is getting a career, getting a redemption from this season, getting the most out of it, and getting to show who you are and earn a living doing, what you do. But at some point, the check comes to you, and I don't like that she was put into this situation. I like if queens want to open up. I think that some topics definitely need to be discussed. We definitely need to have those topics in front view in basically the most successful and iconic queer show that we have on television right now, but there must be a better way than this. This was a little bit too much for me. Now, at this point, Jen brings the voting topic. Jen brings the voting topic again. So I feel like she's trying to explain herself a little bit while also trying to understand the criteria for voting. So, because, as I said before, I continuously get this vibe that if you conform, you don't have to own your decision, and this looks like what she's trying to do, hiding behind a common agreement. So she asks, last week, I thought we were voting based on track record, and that went out of the window. So, and the queens try to explain that yes, track record can be considered, but that's not the only thing at this point in the competition, which I think had a pretty destabilizing effect on Jen the person, the one that was filming this. Now, after this, we move to the runway. Now, we are on the main stage. I'm not going to review the looks because I actually ran out of time. But I'm going to talk about the judging for a moment, because the judging was really a hot choice. Somehow Ginger is a winner, but one group is judged as a group. All the other queens are judged as individuals. And this is a very strange choice. Why did they make this choice? It makes no sense. Why didn't they judge everyone as individuals? So what I think happened in here is that, number one, they wanted Ginger to have a win. I think we can all agree on that. But then why save one group while judging everybody individually? So let's talk about that group. Who was in that group? Well, it was Akira, Trinity, and Eureka. And while Eureka and Trinity did very well in the challenge and on the runway, Akira didn't really do that good, did she? She didn't look very natural to me. She didn't look very spontaneous. She looked like she was playing a character. And that runway, in my opinion, was no clash of the pattern. So why are they saving Akira? Well, what I think happened is that Akira was probably supposed to go home the last episodes. Too bad that the queens had other plans in mind. Things went another way, and instead of Akira, Jara went home. And probably she was not scheduled to go home this episode. So what I think happened is that they switched the two queens. No, I'm not explaining myself correctly. What I think happened is that they already have an elimination order, and Jara was simply not scheduled to go home yet. So since Akira stayed, now she has the placement of Jara, and she is probably not scheduled to go home this episode. And this would also justify why Jara went on Roscoe saying, well, but, Jessica was not scheduled for this lip sync. She was actually scheduled for another. So somehow they wanted to pair, it looks like they wanted to pair Jara from a lip sync from Jessica sending her home. So this is what I think happened in this critiques. If you have another option, let me know, because this is a discussion and I don't have the truth to give to anyone. Just a series of speculations and more or less informed opinions. Now, Spaghetti Penguin, oh my god, the Jessica change makes so much more sense now. I told you this was going to be an intensive episode because I'm going to pull all the threads together. Tukia says, it gives me Jujubee winning the hotel challenge, even though Mayhem and Blair were the winning group. Oh yes, the same tricks will be used over and over. Why change them if they work? Ryan Spring, maybe Jara was scheduled to go home this episode, with this being a vulnerable challenge. Could be, but I don't think so. Now, let's move on immediately to the critiques, because the bulk of the episode is going to come when the queens go back to Untucked and the Liberation. So let's get this thing out, and then we can continue with Jen's villain edit. First up is Raja, and to Raja they say that the outfit is interesting, is beautiful, and they love the way the pattern juxtapose. It's flawless. For the challenge, Michelle says they had the toughest topic because it's a very heated topic. And I'm like, really? Motherhood is a very heated topic? We're not discussing abortion here. This is motherhood. Heated. Well, I don't know. Maybe we have a cultural difference in here. I don't know. So they tell her that she talked about some great things, like being queer in the South, they praised her for being very factual, and they told her that that's how people listen when you bring facts, which I completely agree. This is exactly the way I'm trying to make my reviews. And it was a strong night for Raja. They loved the fact that she was open. And personally, I believe that Raja was the most genuine out of all of the queens that I've seen this episode. Everybody else was trying to do the best with what they have. Moving on to Kylie. To Kylie, they say that she looked like a butterfly and that she looked fantastic. I don't see very much clash of the patterns in there. She looks stunning as usual. The woman is a sex bomb. That's simply undeniable. You can put her in a pillow and she would still look sexy. But the outfit I don't think was very much on point. For the challenge, Michelle says she did a good job in keeping the conversation moving, but it didn't feel like she got to know Kylie enough. Which is code for, you didn't hear enough trauma. What the fuck are we doing here? You need to hear trauma, Kylie. And she continues, she had a beautiful moment with Raja, and she wanted more of that. Yes, I would have never known. Because Michelle knows she has more to tell. And I'm like, what exactly are we talking about here, Michelle? Is it something from her medical record? Is it something from her background record? Or is it something that you know personally about her? Maybe she told you in confidence somewhere else, and you know. And you're like, Kylie, why didn't you hear that? Kylie, you needed to hear more. My God. So, whatever it is, apparently Michelle knows. And then Ross continues that if the point was to be open, well, Kylie didn't open up that much. Yes, Kylie, you should have heard all of your trauma. You don't know how to play the game? Well, Kylie was okay for me. Now, moving on to Scarlett. To Scarlett, they said that she looked absolutely stunning. They ask about the meaning of the letters on her outfit. They say that it's very romantic, to which Ru reacts with one of the fakest, cringiest laughs I have ever seen from RuPaul. This will be in the episode. Now, for the challenge, Ross says that it's fascinating that she talked about her moms. And the best part was when she was telling her truth. But at times, Scarlett switched into show mode. She should have gone back to being vulnerable, because that is the most interesting part. Being vulnerable is the most interesting part. And I'm like, yes, it is interesting when it's genuine, when it just comes out, when it's part of everything that's going on. Not when you're like, okay, now be vulnerable. Now hear your trauma. I mean, I get it that this is a production, this is a TV show, but for fuck's sake, these are people, they are not objects. They cannot be emotional on cue. If you want that, hire actors. That's as simple as that. However, I have to agree. I have to agree to a certain degree. Because if the challenge is to pretend to be spontaneous, you need to remain into your spontaneous character. Not get out of it portraying another character. Do you understand what I mean? I hope you do. Now, at this point, we are intercepted by RuPaul saying that it was interesting watching her going between her drag persona and her real life, And it looks like she hasn't found a sweet spot between the two yet, which is a fair critique. But then she continues that because it made her feel uncomfortable. So Snowflake's RuPaul is here to tell her that seeing Scarlett switching between her drag persona and then her vulnerable self made her feel uncomfortable. And I'm like, I guess blackface is totally okay, right? Am I missing something in here? This was filmed before Down Under, so Ru cannot possibly be senile and confusing, Scarlet Envy with Scarlet Adams. So at this point, I am thinking, could it be that RuPaul is just an asshole who will say anything for a paycheck? Could it be? Or could it be that maybe his husband is not sharing the money from fracking? These questions really cannot let me sleep at night. This is what keeps me up at night. This was so uncalled for. I think it was so disrespectful to Scarlett, it was disrespectful to the viewer's intelligence, and it was disrespectful because it trivializes a word that people use to signal to each other that something is going wrong in the conversation and they are hurt on an emotional level. This, and I wasn't even prepared for what was going to come. So, next up we have Jen. And to Jen they say, her face is beautiful, the hair is adorable, the pattern needs to make sense, but hers kind of doesn't look right. And it's probably not clashy enough. And in a way I understand this critique because it looks like it's one pattern, which is wavy lines, instead of many different patterns which are clearly distinct with each other. So in a way I kind of see the logic behind this critique. I kind of agree with it. Then Ross continues saying that here is the thing with you as a performer. You are so excited to be there. You're always at 110% all of the time. But you are more interesting when you have different paces, different emotions, and different energies. And I'm like, thank you, Ross, for finally telling this person, after 2 seasons of filming, dozens of days of filming episode, what the problem really is. The problem here is balance. It's not that, Jen, you are too high. It's not that, Jen, you're too low. The problem is, Jen, you have to find the right balance. But they tell her now. After being told for a whole season that she was too high energy, after, on All Star Season 6, Episode 3, they told her, well, you need to have, your energy is too low now. You need to steal the show. You need to bring the funk and the humanity. Now we are here in Episode 5 saying, oh, Jen, too bad. You are too high energy again. At this point, Jen breaks into tears. And this is the point in the review in which I'm going to discuss themes of psychological abuse that some of you might find uncomfortable. So if you're watching this as an episode, please skip immediately to the Untucked section. And if you're watching this on the live stream, please mute your live stream until you see that I moved on to the critiques for Pandora Box. It's understood. I'm going to give you a couple minutes. I'll drink something. I will read the comments. There is a super chat there. I will give everyone the time to mute the live stream so that we are all on the same page. Okay, Kuko Games for $2, thank you. Telling us they should have gave Scarlett the pearl headed. Oh my god. That's shady. On a side note, I don't know if you know, but Scarlett used to be, and I think she still is, friends with Pearl. When Pearl lived in New York, Scarlett used to walk Pearl's dog. Can you believe that? D15 says, what RuPaul being a producing Hollywood kind of piece of shit? I am so shocked. Well, I have nothing against making money. You're making a ton of money. You are happy. Good for you. Good for you. My problem is how low you get in order to make that money. That becomes my problem. That's when I am like, I'm not telling you shouldn't, but I'm telling you, well, I don't like you doing it, so I'm moving as far away as possible from this thing. That's just as simple as it is. Tukia, Scarlett is Pearl's drag daughter. I didn't know that. I had no idea. Andres, Scarlett and Pearl are drag sisters. Okay, what's the tea here? Are you joking with me? What is it, one of the two? Blake, Scarlett isn't Pearl's drag mother. That is a rumor. Well, I remember Pearl saying that they were friends. If there is more to that story, I don't know. Okay. Can we move on? Are we ready? Okay. So this thing that is happening to Jen right in this moment, but also during a run on this season, this to me looks like textbook gaslighting. Now, if you don't know what gaslighting is, or you just have a vague idea of what it is, gaslighting is a form of abuse. It's a psychological manipulation in which a victim is slowly brought to a point in which they don't trust themselves anymore. They seriously question what they think, what they feel, the logic that they have, their own judgment. They are disoriented. And a mix of different techniques are used to achieve this person. And they all work on different levels and to achieve different purposes. Some are for actively destabilizing a person, and others are to keep them destabilized. Like, for example, disinformation, misdirection, false feedback, withholding information, limiting a person's access to quality information, or even undermining their relationship with any kind of significant other that can act as a compass for the victim, like friends, family, partners. It's a process in which these people are continuously invalidated, trivialized. They get their emotions, they get misconstrued, even in their own emotions that they feel, or in the things that they think, or the conclusion that they come to. So you have to understand, a gaslit person is brought to a point in which they always question even the most stupid things, like memories, facts, even the way they feel. And once their reality check is effectively compromised, then it's easier to persuade them to embrace the abuser's narrative, so that they could be easily taken advantage of, or worse, offering themselves to be taken advantage of. So it's a form of control that it's really one of the most vicious form of abuse out there. It's difficult to acknowledge. It's even more difficult to treat. So this is what I'm thinking while I'm watching this. And nobody can persuade me of the contrary, because we are looking at a person who is cut out from the world, who is buying all the narrative she's been fed, who is clearly uncomfortable, who is clearly hiding behind the character because maybe doesn't necessarily have the maturity to be herself. She's just not yet at that point. And all of that, it's being exploited, effectively exploited, to build a narrative in here. And this is the moment in which my partner actually walked off. Says, this is abuse. I'm not watching this. This is abuse. Too bad he didn't read the contract. Because if you remember, there is a section in the contract in which they state something to the effect of, I accept that I will go through, that I will put into emotional states that might be wrong, that might be uncalled for, that might make me feel uncomfortable or be considered as a tort. I accept that. This is in the contract. When the episode comes out, I will have this section right there. Now, at this point, Jen breaks into crying. She explained that her problem is that she cannot find a balance. And it is frustrating because she doesn't know when to be high energy, when to talk, when to shut the fuck up, when to be real, when to be in character. And I might add, to me, she looks like she doesn't even know where to begin to search for balance, or that there are techniques that will help you to find balance. I don't even think she suspects that those techniques exist in the first place. And, you know, being unable to find balance is one of the most common problems to anyone. It happens in many different contexts, but in this one, it can be very destabilizing and, you know, make people insecure because of it. And when people are insecure, they tend to conform, they tend to hide behind a character. And I think we can all agree that the Jen that we are seeing on television is clearly a character. I don't really see Jen. When I look at Jen, what I think is La Ganja Season 6. That's what I think. The moment in which she's really there looks like they are almost non-existent. That's what it looks to me. The problem is that the character is not a mask to hide the monster behind it. It's a shell to protect the insecure person who is using it. That's where the narrative splits apart and changes the meaning of the things that you see. So, you know, finding balance in life, and I'm not just talking to Jen, I'm talking in general, is, I think, a very challenging problem. There is nothing to be ashamed of, because it's very, very easy to take extreme positions. And this is what we see in our everyday lives. No matter the topic, you always find a ton of people, especially online, taking extreme position. The real challenge in here is taking both positions into consideration and find a recipe that balances those two extremes in a way that works for you. You know, and finding that balance is really the golden road to learn to find yourself and express your true potential as a person. So what Jen has to do, in my opinion, is growing up. She needs to grow up. She wasn't ready for All Stars. I don't think she would have been ready, not even in a couple of years. And there is nothing wrong with it. Do things at your own pace. But this is catastrophic, and it's only going to get worse. So instead of saying anything remotely similar to all of the things that I said in the past 5 minutes, RuPaul instead says, we are in show business, we are self-centered, and we're all like that. We just can't appear to be like that. And then she has a nice laugh. So if you've been paying attention in the chat, I am asking you, I'm giving you a challenge. Don't you see anything strange in RuPaul's response? Because she is doing something. But what exactly is she doing? So I'll have an energy drink, I'll have a little bit of a vape while the comments roll in. Because I want you to think. Okay, this is not just a show. I want you to think. What's happening in here? What's the meaning of saying we are all in show business, we are all self-centered, we're all like that, we just can't appear to be like that? What is she really doing? Tell her for $8, Australian dollars, probably. Ru shutting down Jen's emotional breakdown with a joke made me so angry. You could see Ru's face trying to think of a joke while she was talking, because the breakdown didn't serve Jen's fake storyline. Well, you're not alone in that. That's why I poured all of the time that I had to actually make this review as detailed and thorough as possible, because I don't like what's going on in here as well. And by the way, thank you for the support. Anders, she doesn't give a fuck. She's making fun of her. Kind of. Mrs. G, she is baiting her. Not really. D15, she wants to force Jen to become a World of Wonder slave. Oh my god. Nightmare Trubator, she is dismissing Jen. There we go. Nightmare Trubator, she is dismissing Jen's feeling and changing the narrative. You hit the fucking nail on the fucking head. Jen is saying, I have a problem in finding balance. Instead of validating what she is saying and acknowledging her feeling, RuPaul is denying them and replacing them with a narrative of being self-centered. This is what is happening in here. I'm sorry if I get vulgar, but you know. Sorry. I will have a drink. Calm down a little bit. This is what's happening. And you know, I completely understand when people say they signed the contracts, they knew what they were getting into. And I'm like, I agree. I mean, you signed the contract. In the contract, they say that they might emotionally abuse you and that you are okay with it and that you give up the right to sue them for this and you're on board with everything. I get it. But as a society, can we fucking accept the existence of contracts like these? How fair it is that someone, for the possibility of making a career, can give away the right to be emotionally abused. And we should ask ourselves this question as a society, because this is not a problem of RuPaul's Drag Race. This is a problem of reality television, in general. So, let's move on to Pandora's critiques, and then we go smoking a cigarette because I need to calm the fuck down. Now, to Pandora, they say they like the dress. It really is a clash of patterns. I completely agree. I might be old-fashioned, but to me, Pandora was the best clash of patterns on that runway. I know what you think. Don't worry, I have a fucked up sense of fashion. Everybody knows that. I like it because I like it. Don't take any kind of a fashion advice from me. Okay, that is the premise. Now, for the challenge, they say that they liked hearing about her being vulnerable, that it's an important topic, and that her topic was an important topic, and that it is important to let the mask down and talk about how you feel about things. And she was funny when she said she is a Goldie oldie, but didn't understand how she felt about it. Sorry, I didn't clarify. But Michelle didn't understand how Pandora felt about it. So apparently Pandora didn't open up enough. And Michelle continues that she knows that Pandora is not a quiet queen and that Pandora is holding back. So Pandora, you should have heard more. You know, you should have opened up more. You should have let us exploit you better. And you know what? Pandora is playing the game in her own way. She's doing good. I have no doubt that she will benefit from this. Her edit is nothing to gag on, but it has great potential. So good for Pandora. At the end of the critiques, Raja and Pandora are safe. Kylie, Scarlett, and Jen are in the bottom. And this is the moment where we take a pause to go smoke a cigarette, because after this, we are going to finish deconstructing Jen's villain edit, because we are going through Untucked and we are going through the deliberations. And I can guarantee you, shit is going to hit the fan. So, see you back in 5 minutes. Have a drink, go to the toilet, do whatever you want. And I'll see you in a moment. And we are back. Okay, let me go through a couple of comments, then we move on to Untucked and the deliberation. Luis Felipe says, RuPaul's making us actually think? What the fuck? Oh, yes. Well, on a side note, you can think, you know, about any kind of controversial situation, and you should not praise the controversial situation itself, especially if it was provoked. So it's more a compliment on us than on her. Prince Astral says she's manipulating the viewers. She is working for her paycheck. Chair says she is gaslighting her. My thought exactly. Sasha, I don't think it's about Jen being ready or not. No one would ever be ready to be abused in there. I can assure you, I could be ready to be abused like that in there. Show them my middle finger, spit on their face, and then walk off. I think I could do it. That's something that I might regret, but I think that I could do it. I don't really take lightly to that kind of passive-aggressive bullshit. Beverly Steer, it's amazing what people will do for money or fame, signing on the dotted line. Well, in a way, yes, you also have to take into account when we're talking about the contestants that we don't know their motivations, we don't know their situation, we don't know what's causing them to go in a state of mind of saying, yes, I will sign this. We don't know all of those circumstances. So for me, it's not about, oh, you should not sign the contract. For me, it's more about once you have signed it, we are here to make sure that they stop doing this kind of bullshit, because this is unbearable in our community. We have to go through enough shit already. This is a show that have to celebrate us without throwing anyone under the bus. Not like this. Not like this. There must be a middle way. It's just logic. There is no escape that. We can discuss about which kind of middle way, but there is absolutely no doubt that a middle way is there, and it's only a matter of finding it. Okay, now, moving on. Let's go back to... oh, I had a slide here for the tops and bottom. Well, whatever. Past me is not going to be happy that I didn't use it, since it worked for this. Anyway, let's move on to Untucked. Now, I would like to spend half an hour talking about this Untucked. Unfortunately, we have so much in this review that I have to go really, really quickly. So, suffice it to say that Eureka explains that Scarlett was a little bit too much in character. She was not very real. And that Jen was very strategic in the way she was talking, like she does normally. Now, I think that the word strategic is a very poor choice of words in here, because in the context of this episode, it takes a whole new meaning. I think what Eureka was trying to say is that Jen has a persona, and she brought that persona on the show like she brings that persona normally during filming. Now, in general, for me, this Untucked was really heartwarming, because the queens open up in a way that feels really real. It feels heartfelt. This is not some kind of yada yada sisterhood bullshit that I always talk about. This feels real to me, and really, this is one of the few honest moments of the show on the show that I saw in a long time, and it's a pity that I don't have time to actually discuss it. Suffice it to say that I'm very impressed with Eureka. I started this season saying, oh, Eureka is not very bright. Eureka has the heart on the right place, but she always says a ton of stupid bullshit. And in all this 30 minutes, she's completely proving me wrong, and I'm extremely happy about it, because Eureka did her growing up, and it finally shows. So great job, Eureka. Another important thing that happens in this Untucked is that Eureka says there's room only for one big girl in the top. And this is extremely important, because it's telling us that the queens knows about the representation spots in the top 4. Remember the things that we always talk about in the speculation. This is Viacom CBS. This is, mainstream. Of course, there are representation spots in there. So we always have a spot for the Queen of Color not portrayed as a villain, the big girl, the white girl. We always have this, representation spots, and they know it. And this is part of playing the game for them. But incredibly, Eureka finds the best way to address the situation. When I say I was really impressed, I was really impressed. Props to this big girl. Props to this big girl. When people prove me wrong like this, I don't have time to think, oh my God, I said some stupid bullshit. I'm just too happy that it's happening by itself. Now, let's move back to the workroom because we have to put the final nail in the coffin of Jen's villain edit. Now, we are back in here. All of the queens are in here, and Scarlett is telling us about her critiques. That they love the look, that her group had the most difficult category, and that she didn't have the worst critique out of all of them, which is right. Scarlett, we read the critiques before. Scarlett didn't have the worst critiques. Jen had the worst critiques out of everyone, but we don't really have time to process that because immediately Jen is of course bitch-facing to Scarlett while she is speaking, and we're intercepted by a confessional from Jen. And this Jen is pimple on the nose Jen, the confessional that most likely comes from the future, telling us that it seems that Scarlett is in some way ignoring the fact that RuPaul literally said that she made her feel uncomfortable. And this, to me, is one of the best Franken sentences ever made in the show. The transition is incredible. You have no idea what I have to do to actually convince myself that the name Scarlett in there was added in post-production. Now, I cannot say this with 100% certainty, but I heard a gap in there. Even though it's really, really smooth, I think I heard a gap in there. Now, I cannot confirm this, of course, 100%. We don't have all the pieces of the puzzle, but if I'm wrong on this, you can count that I will correct myself when the next episode comes out. For now, suffice it to say that we have Jen coming seemingly from the future to shit on Scarlett. So, in this moment, the show is pitting these two queens against each other, making Jen effectively look like a bully. So we move on to the sofa where Scarlett has a talk with Ginger. And Ginger says, well, I didn't have the harshest critiques. And then Ginger asks, who do you think should go home? And Scarlett answers, well, Jen had the harshest critiques. Now, Ginger is not stupid, is she? She knows exactly how to play this game. She knows exactly which kind of game is being played right there. And she played it fantastically. Remember when I told you Ginger is a consumed professional? This is partially what I meant with that. At this point, we move back to the group, and Jen is upset. Because she's saying, well, they told me to bring the funk, which was a critique from episode 3. And I brought it. This is me. So this is a compliment. And to me, Jen looks completely disoriented. She's still anchored to the critiques from the judges that came from episode 3. You know, the one that eventually brought her a win in episode 4. But to me, she looks like she doesn't really understand what's happening in here. So, Eureka intercept the conversation saying, well, yes, bring the funk, but not when the challenge is meant to be a conversation. Trinity confirms by saying that her level of energy was too high. And all of these critiques, I completely agree with them. Jen doesn't. But Jen doesn't. That's the point. Jen doesn't. She says, well, I was not there 100%. And at this point, you have to put yourself in Jen's perspective. What Jen considers high energy for us is way too high energy. What she considers normal for us is better, but still high energy. This is why the two things are clashing together. So, for me, Eureka and Trinity are absolutely right, and this situation is really unfortunate because it has the side effect of confirming the cryptics to Jen without really putting them into perspective, while saying that, yes, listen, all of these critiques that you received, they are all about a matter of balance. That is your problem. That's the whole problem. You know, that's the point. So, if things are not put into perspective, what happens is that Jen, any kind of person really will never understand. How can the judges be always right, even when they contradict themselves? How is it possible? You know? Unfortunately, there is no one there willing to put that question into words or even answer it, and for a very good reason. And you are all smart enough to answer that question by yourself. So by this point, Jen is really frustrated, and it's time for a mismatched confessional by Eureka. On the left, you see punk rock hair Eureka in a confessional that was likely skipped, saying, "Jen is wearing me the fuck out." Followed by pimple cheek Eureka saying, "Well, the funk Jen is missing is the honesty." And now you understand why it was so important to pinpoint where pimple cheek Eureka is coming from. Okay? Because emphasis here is on the word honesty. Because in a moment, Jen is going to cry on cue, and we are a second away from Jen viciously attacking Scarlett again. So the fact that you have Eureka there, teleported from episode 4, telling us that Jen is dishonest, it's going to be proven in facts in the next 5 minutes. So, at this point, Eureka and others, including Pandora, try to explain the situation a little bit more by saying, "Listen, Jen, just try to be real. Just try to be authentic." What they are not saying is, if you're going to play a character, Jen, stick with it and don't question it, or else you'll be asking for trouble by filming for Drag Race. But of course, they cannot say that. Their career is on the line too. And if someone has to be the villain, well, it's better that it's somebody else than you. They cannot say it. You know, they are not Candy Muse. You remember Candy Muse? When she went live on Roscoe saying, "Oh yes, I played a character on Drag Race. A ton of other girls played a character on Drag Race." You know, that is basically what you do on Drag Race. But Candy Muse admitted to it. These queens right now cannot admit it. Maybe some of them will once they get out of Drag Race, but I doubt that, because you can criticize Candy Muse for everything that you want, but she will be telling you what she thinks. And this is something that I really appreciate about her. Moving on for a second with the chat, because we have a super chat from Kaku Game saying Jen needs a cheerleading challenge for Jen. Jen needs to go home. Jen needs to go home. And she's not going to go home. Luis Felipe, Top RPDR Videos is doing a great job pointing out Jen's misplaced confessional. Thank you. It was a ton of work. So I'm happy if this is making sense for you. Ryo says that part and all of the rest to Luis Felipe. Thank you. Thank you. Beatrice, that's exactly why Ginger won. To save Jen, and then she can be triggered and make her question herself with the group vote. Norveg, that kind of consent should be invalid. If I agree that other people should not consider me as a human being, can they objectify me? Apparently, in the U.S. they can. In most of Europe, that is illegal. Norveg again, and if I give up my freedom or my life, that right is an inalienable right almost in all countries, including the U.S. So you cannot give away your freedom. That is the difference between inalienable rights and rights that you can give away. In here, where I live, you can sign away the right to be emotionally abused, okay? To have your words taken out of context, for example. That is something that you cannot really sign away. Okay, so at this point, after the queens try to explain themselves a little bit more, Jen is completely losing it. Jen is crying, and she is crying in a confessional where we see pimple on the lip Jen with razor burn on the neck. This is the confessional that we don't know yet where it's coming from. My best bet is that it comes from episode 4, day 1, but I cannot yet be sure of it. It could be coming from this episode. I don't think so. But this is not the point. The point is that we are shown Jen crying. Why is she crying? Well, because in a moment she's going to be viciously attacking Scarlet, confirming Eureka's confessional, saying that Jen is not honest. So we move on to the sofa to have a talk with Ginger Minj. Now, at this point, Ginger brings up the question, who got the worst critiques, Jen? And Jen goes on by saying, Ginger continues by saying, Scarlet said that you had, oh my god. Oh, let me start again. This is getting confusing. I'm super tired. Sorry. So Ginger brings up the question, who got the worst critiques? Because Scarlet said that she had the best and you had the worst, which is true. That's exactly what we saw. But we don't have really time to process that, because we're immediately hit by a confessional of Jen, who was just crying on screen, telling us that this is bullshit. And who is this? This is Pimple on the Nose Jen. The Jen that is coming, seemingly, from the future, 1 or 2 episodes away, if not even refilmed at the end of the season. So, the moment Jen says bullshit on a confessional, everyone is effectively convinced that she was being disingenuous while crying on screen. And Eureka was right. You are fake. At this point, we are back on the sofa where Jen explains. Listen, where am I? So we are back on the sofa where Jen says, I got the harshest critiques from everybody else. Ru gave her harshest critique to Scarlet. This is what she's saying. She's validating what Scarlet is saying and adding that when it comes to RuPaul, Scarlet was the one who had the worst. She is not denying what Scarlet is saying. She's just adding more details to the truth that Scarlet already brought on. But we, the viewers, we don't have time to process that, because immediately we are hit by Pimple on the Nose Jen again. The Jen that comes from the future, telling us that she finds it really annoying that Scarlet, and the word Scarlet has been replaced. I will play the audio for you. And then she comes on camera saying, trying to pin this narrative on me. Now, this confessional right here is the one that convinced me that Pimple on the Nose Jen is coming from a future episode. Is coming from an episode in which somebody is going to accuse her to have thrown Scarlet under the bus. And in this confessional, the word Scarlet was replaced with the name of another queen, saying, I find it really annoying that this queen is trying to pin the narrative that I threw Scarlet under the bus on me. This is what I think it's going to happen. And if this is confirmed, I will get completely crazy. I will celebrate for 3 days. I will literally celebrate for 3 days. because it really means that we knock the code down to 100% to the point where we can start predicting future dynamics. So, this deliberation was the final nail in the coffin of Jen's edit. And they told us a very, very effective story in this episode, that Jen plotted against Akuria, that she got caught red-handed trying to hide playing dirty, that she hides her true ugly self behind a character, that every queen's is right while Jen is wrong, that Jen was fake crying to get herself out of trouble, only to immediately be ready to viciously throw Scarlet under the bus. And now I'm asking you, do you still believe it? Sorry, I'm having a drink. I'm having a drink because we are near the end of the review, and it's incredible that we made it through. Sasha, please, when Jen has not been attacked by the other queens, poor Jen, Rosé is calculated, not her at all. It's two very different kind of queens. Luis Felipe, we are officially Sasha Bell's pupils. We cracked the code. Albin, I'm getting frustrated that the fans are already favoring the two white skinny queens, Jen and Scarlet. Albin? I don't get that. Fans are actually attacking Jen. That's what's happening. As far as this reviews go, we cover all of the villain edits on RuPaul's Drag Race, not just the ones from White Queens. I can assure you. Receipts on the channel. Groover Horna, the music in the background when Jen was crying was so shady. Fantasia, I believe that Jen is kind of fake and that's why they can do it. Oh yes, they exploited the shit out of Jen playing a character by herself and not being herself. They exploited the shit out of it. Kako Games, bye. What kind of reality show would you host? Do you think I could be? Do you think I could be a host on a reality TV show? Oh God, no. No. Prince Austral, when I watched the episode, I thought Scarlet threw Jen under the bus. That's incredible. That's incredible. That's because you were probably primed by that mirror scene that happened with Kylie in the beginning of the episode. That pussy. Hey, y'all. You're just in time. We're almost done. Okay, so it's time to go back to the main stage, and we find out that Bianca Del Rio is going to be the lip sync assassin for this episode, which honestly I don't know how many people bought it. I thought this is impossible, but if it is happening, it's going to be iconic for some reason. Of course, it doesn't really happen because the real lip sync is going to be between Ginger Minj and Mayan Miller. I didn't really like the song for this lip sync. It was not gay enough for me, but that's my personal taste. Ginger camped up the shit out of that song. Ginger did an incredible job, and I was leaving for Mayhem taking off her shirt. Her shirt, yes, Mayhem taking off her shoe. Anyway, Ginger wins, which is very, very deserved. She kind of reminded me of Bandela Creme versus Aja in All Stars 3, when they had the lip sync to Anaconda. It was very well done. Ginger really did a good job. So, by the end of this, Ginger is the winner, and Scarlet is eliminated and goes home. Now, at this point, we are moving on to the confessional charts and the speculation for this episode. If you don't want any possible spoiler, this is the moment you should leave the review. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time. For everybody that is still here, I will give you 1 minute, get some more liquid. I'm out of liquid energy. No, I still have some. I still have some. Okay, now, where are the confessional charts? Oh, here they are. I'm an idiot. I didn't even number them. This is so unprofessional. This is so unprofessional. There we go. Tukia says, Ginger always can camp up lip sync. Oh, yes. Now, this is the confessional chart from this episode. Now, as we can see, Scarlett went home. She had a very good amount of time in this episode. Strangely, she didn't have any kind of mirror moments or humanizing moments, which are usually typical for queens that go home. So, you know, could have been better, could have also been worse. She could have been portrayed completely like a villain. Instead, she only had that minor moment with Kylie in the beginning of the episode. Ginger is the winner of the episode. She has the most amount of confessionals out of everyone. We saw this happen already in All Stars. That's how they decided to edit confessionals from this season. You win the episode, you get the most amount of time in the confessionals. Followed by Jen. And Jen, she has... Jen's confessionals... she has as much positive confessionals as negative ones. Jen is fully entering villain territory in this episode. Akira, surprisingly, Akira has a couple of negative confessionals. I am not sure if we should pin them on Akira because they were mostly related to Jen, but to me it looks like they were trying to make Akira look a little bit shady. So I put those negative confessionals in there. Raja has a good amount of time as well. This was a very good episode for Raja because not only she wasn't prominently shown, because even though she was not prominently shown in the episode, she got her chance to shine without taking away from anybody else, like Ginger, for example. So this was another very good episode for Raja. And everybody else kept fading in the background. Pandora, Eureka, Kylie, and Trinity, we don't have many moments to directly connect with them through confessionals. But if we did, we would have found out that Eureka, Kylie, and Trinity were time traveling as much as Jen this episode. I didn't show you because it was not relevant, but I noticed. And the moment it will become relevant, I will bring it back to your attention. Now, in order to move to the speculations, I made a cumulative chart from episode 1 to 5 so that we can actually see how much time each queens were given during the confessionals. And this is the cumulative chart. So, in first position, we have Trinity K with almost 5 minutes of confessionals, followed by Raja with a good 4 minutes. Next to her is Jen, and then everybody else, less and less confessional overall time. Now, we said in the previous speculations that for me, the top 4 is going to be Trinity, Raja, Ginger, and possibly Kylie. I still believe that they are going to have a representation spot for Kylie. Maybe Pandora still has a shot to the top 4. I don't think instead of Raja, if anybody is going to get out of there, it's probably going to be Trinity, because Raja's edit is just not comparable with Trinity. She had an incredible redemption storyline. So if someone has to get out of what I think is the top 4, it's definitely going to be Trinity. to make space for Pandora. Kylie and Pandora, to me, are our own silent assassin, but they need to come the fuck out. Otherwise, nobody will buy that narrative. It should have happened already this episode. It's not happened. If it doesn't happen next episode, I cannot believe it, but Kylie might not be in the top 4. It's unbelievable to me, but it might really be happening. It's one of the most stupid decisions that I saw. Well, stupid from a marketing perspective, okay, that I've seen happening on the show lately. In a way, I would be happy about it because you need to show me that you need to show me the talent. I see that you are beautiful. I see that you have the motivation. I see that you have the strength to go all the way through, but I need to see you shine, because if I don't, I will start thinking that you don't deserve that spot. So I really hope that Kylie and Pandora will wake the fuck up next episode. Now, Jen is in complete villain territory. Since Pimple on the Nose Jen was coming to us from the future, I think it's very reasonable that she will at least stay with us for a couple more episodes, which means they were successful in triggering her. And remember what I told you since the very beginning. If she is going to embrace this villain narrative, she will last longer, possibly even to the top 4. So by this point, the only thing that I can tell you is that I still believe in representation spots in the top 4, but at the moment I will degrade it to probably a top 3 with Raja, Ginger and Kylie, with Kylie starting to be uncertain, which means by this episode I have no idea what the fuck is going on anymore. So we are going to see about that. Nevertheless, the only people without any kind of negative confessionals whatsoever are Raja, Ginger, Eureka, Kylie, and Pandora. Does it have a meaning? I don't know yet, because by this point I'm so disoriented by everything that happened in this episode that I'm starting to really question everything. So I'm sorry if these speculations and these charts were not as useful or interesting as usual, but I am completely burned out by this episode. So maybe next week things will start getting better, but watch out for Jen's edit. Really watch out for her edit. Now that we are done with the speculations, it's time to go smoke a cigarette. You know that it was going to be time to smoke a cigarette, and after that we will discuss the episode. Yes, we will discuss whatever you want to discuss. We will have our Kiki time, questions, comments, whatever it is. We'll take our time to do whatever the fuck we want. Now let me find a little bit of music so that you have something to listen to. I need to start updating this copyright-free music. It's starting to get kind of, boring. It's always the same thing. I need to find the time to update it a little bit. But for now, we are going to be playing... Let's see, what do we have here? We are going to be playing... Unstoppable. Let's play Unstoppable. Okay, see you guys in 5 minutes. And we're back. Where is the correct slide? Pause. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, I'm here with my Brita filter. Not sponsored, but it's great. No more liquid energy. Okay, so let's keep up with the other comments. I lost some. Emmeline. I think, it's a response to somebody else. We are the only Drag Race critique show. Groovern. What about Eureka? Oh shit, I forgot Eureka in the critiques. That's great. Let's go back to the critiques. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where we are. So I'll go to a couple of comments. We go back to the critiques. Oh my god, I cannot believe I forgot Eureka. Sasha, all I know is that when Jen came back from recording, she was not okay. By the way, all the queens came back to be on the same time. I don't know. We need more information. We need more episodes to come out and see exactly what was happening. Sasha, in the live stream she did with Rosé and Laguna when she got back, everyone was asking why Jen didn't look like herself. Oh shit. Shit. I can send the link on Discord if you find it. Yes, please. Yes, please. I'm not. It's interesting for me. I don't think it's going to be much interest in general for the show, but yes, I definitely want to see it. Fabio, Eureka and her hairstyles. Oh yes. So let's go back to the chart for a moment because we forgot about Eureka. Now, Eureka. You know that there is one representation spot in there for a big girl. And that big girl, in my opinion, is Ginger because she has proved once again that she can get the job done, no matter the job, if you know what I mean. Eureka had a fantastic edit this episode, but I don't think that this alone will grant her a spot to the top 4, for one simple reason. Ginger is used to go to places where you need to go in order to get the job done. Eureka, maybe not yet. So I don't think that Eureka has any chance to get to the top 4 over Ginger. I don't think there's any way she will get there. But with that said, she's having a fantastic edit on the show. So good for her, because she's coming out as a fully mature person who really learned from the ton of shit that she said and done over the years, and she learned from her mistakes, which is a great human example for me. I am very happy of what I'm seeing from Eureka from the show, but I don't think she has any chance against Ginger, because even though Eureka had a great episode, Ginger is still the one who won. And you know that Eureka was in the best group, so it would have been completely justified if she won. It would have been completely justified, but they passed on the opportunity to give a win to Ginger. And I think this is what's going to make the difference between the two of them. Okay, sorry that I forgot that. Really, doing this review, you have no idea the amount of work that went behind it. Fabio is one of the people who helped us scoring the confessionals, because we had to score all of the confessional, each and every one of them. And you know that when they mismatch them, it's really a matter of seconds between the two matches. So I ended up with something like 300 screenshots, all in need to be categorized, all in need to be compared with each other, and all in need to be compared to the queens who are actually in the workroom. And this is not as simple as you think, because you need to find pimples. So you need the right camera angles, which means you need to go back, take another screenshot, check again. It's been hell. It's also been a work that I should have done little by little after each episode, and I didn't really do it to this degree of precision. So it's been really, really difficult to do the review for this episode, but if everything turns out the way we think it's going to turn out, it's probably going to be one of the reviews I am most proud of. Um, Fabio says, do you think they will put Ginger and Eureka in the top 4? No, just Ginger. Emmeline, whose lipstick do you think Ginger pulled? I'm leaning toward Scarlet. Well, that's something that I didn't really have time to consider, and that I don't think it's even that interesting to me at the moment. But let's reason about it for a moment, because Ginger knows which kind of edits will be pulled once the season finished filming. She is not stupid. She is a consumed professional. She knows what's going on in there, and she is going to go with the best route that will grant the best chance to be successful with it. So if she has to work with the producer's storyline, she will probably definitely work with the producer's storyline. But oh, wait a moment, Ginger is the one who... Ginger won. She chose Scarlet. What the fuck are we talking about? What are we talking about? Damn. That vaccine surely did give me a trip. Ryo, we appreciate all your work regardless. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. You know, half of the fun of doing it is having, you know, people see things and say, oh my god, yes, I see that. Thank you. Mrs. G, you're all tired, yes. But I have drank so many energy drinks that now I'm wide awake. I have the feeling of being wide awake while my brain is really missing, you know, it's really missing some things. Jason Coaster, I will say again, what do you think this game within a game is all about? Is it just the opportunity to get back into the race as always, or will it be something totally new? I think it's going to be an opportunity to come back to the competition. I cannot imagine anything else, because that's usually what we always got from All Stars. The eliminated queens at some point have an opportunity to come back. What I think it's going to happen, it's something different. I am hoping, and I say this every time because a lot of people ask me every time, I think it's going to be Survivor kind of things. So I hope that the queens are still there. I hope that they are secretly filming challenges with them until one of them survives and gets back to the competition. This is what I hope it's going to happen. What is actually happening, I don't have any intel on that. For all that I know, we could end up with I don't know, maybe they will pull them all together, have a challenge all together, and then the winner of that challenge will come back. It could be. It would be an episode. Maybe they will do it next to the end when they have the most amount of queens. That would make more sense. Or maybe by the time we reach the halfway in the competition, which is usually what happens on All Stars. I don't know about that. But let me tell you, I'm really curious about seeing what actually is happening. And I hope we will get more episodes. This is what I really, this is what I'm more excited about. Getting like to half of the season, or maybe even next to the end of the season, and finding out that, oh wait, there are like 5 more episodes with the eliminated queens. That is something that, I would be really happy with it. I would be really, really happy with it. It would be that kind of good shock value. I always talk on this show about shock value this, shock value that. But then that kind of shock value would be really shocking. Like really shocking. In a very good way. Coffee. Hello, relatable people. Hello, Coffee. Thanks for coming. Signature note. They don't show all the top All-Stars choice if they lose until the next episode. Ryo, that sounds kind of cool. Yeah, there are a lot of cool things in my mind. Unfortunately, reality is something else. Fulani, I was shocked that they chose Scarlet. They lay it on Jen often. Well, you know, for me, if they went by track record, Jen should have gone home because she had the worst critiques, and overall, they had basically the same. Oh no, Jen actually had a bad track record, didn't she? I think she did. Let me check, because when it gets to this hour, I tend to not be so quickly anymore. Let me check. Why am I left with the idea that Scarlett had the best? Oh, because in my mind, she should have won 2 challenges already. That's why. So, Scarlett had 4 safe and 1 bottom. While Jen had 2 safe, a bottom and a win, which balanced together as 2 safes and a bottom. So they basically had the same track record. Can I tell you what I really think? I think that all of these queens are very expert in the kind of game that's being played. I think they took fully advantage of the plausible deniability that came from Jara not wanting to look like a beggar, to kick Jara out, because Jara was a serious contender to the top 4, especially because of representation spots, which they all know about, and they all kicked her off. And when you look between Jen and Scarlett, I think that it's pretty self-evident to everyone that the real threat in there is Scarlett, not Jen. But if you kick Scarlett out, not only you're taking away a serious competition that, you know, when I say competition, I don't mean, oh, because they want the crown, oh, because they want the $100,000. No, because the more you stay on Drag Race, the more following you get, the more people will fall in love with you, the more people will discover you, and at the end of the line, the more money you will make. So that's the point when I say, oh, because they want to remain in the competition. It's not about the final prize or the crown. No. It's about all the implications of staying longer in the competition. So by kicking out Scarlett, not only you have better chances of staying in the competition, but also you are doing the producer's bet, because you are keeping the villain in the season. It's a win-win. How should you pass? How could you pass that? Nightmare Truebaiter. I think they're going to use Eureka for a shocking elimination. They're giving her high placements, so maybe when the game within a game starts, she will get the chop or something alike. That could be really probable. Because otherwise, how can you explain how well Eureka is doing? Because she's doing great, and not just in the challenges, in her storyline and in her edit, she is doing great. Cubis Cat. Scarlett had 4 saves. Jen had 1 win, 2 bottoms, 1 save. Yeah, I checked the chart. I actually checked the chart. But what I'm saying making sense to you? Because if you think I'm saying bullshit, you're welcome to come in the chat and say this is bullshit. You know, we are very open in here, so don't worry. Jason, I did not want Scarlett to go. She was doing so well. Should have been Jen, and that was given the boot. Jen wears me the fuck out. You know, the character of Jen portrayed on Drag Race is annoying to me. I am not enjoying seeing it. With that said, one thing is the character, another thing is the person. So I want that to be clear. I was hoping she was going home as well for her own sake, because what we are seeing is not cute. This is not season 2 Raven being a bitch just for the sake of being a bitch, because she's a bitch and she's owning it and she's letting it out. That was great TV. What we are seeing with Jen is sad. Emmeline, can we get a titties for the team? Why is it so funny? Fabio, I really wonder what would have happened if it's a tie the queen's vote and the lip sync assassin win, would they be both sent home? I think it was a tie because we saw the voting of the queens in Untucked. And we were shown 7 queens. We were not shown Scarlett, but Scarlett voted, I think we can all agree that Scarlett voted for Jen. So it was a tie. So what I think happened is that they simply said, okay, it's a tie. We are the producers. We know what's going to happen. Do we have enough queens for all the episodes that we were ordered from Paramount Plus? It's not Paramount, it's Paramount, if you are, Latin and get the joke there. So I don't think even if Eureka, even if Ginger did a terrible job, she would have won anyway, because otherwise what do? Oh, it's a tie. We cannot eliminate them both. We don't have enough queens. Oh, but thankfully we have a MacGuffin where somebody gets back, so maybe we can bring back 2 queens. It's a difficult decision. I thought that when they realized that the group actually had a tie, I think they spent a good 30 minutes with the field producers calling the higher ranking producers and say, what the fuck are we going to do with this? Do we give a win to Ginger? Oh, well, Ginger is doing well. Ginger, we also wanted to push it a little bit. And Ginger only chose one person, and it's the right person. Because I think things would have been different if Ginger chose Jen. But Ginger was never going to choose Jen. Because Ginger knows which game is being played in there. And she is playing for the producers, because that will ultimately benefit herself. And that is not shady. That is being professional. These queens are working. Okay, these queens are working. This is something that I want to stress out. Even though we might perceive some things as shady, you have to consider the amount of mental and physical energy and, future perspective that they invested in this. You need to get your hands a little bit dirty. You need to. It's part of the job. How much dirty? That depends on you. Some things are willing to go to some places, others are not very willing to go there. Some can do it with more class, some can do it with less class. But I think Ginger is a perfect balance. Signature note, I wonder if we're going to get a tie situation on purpose. That would be difficult to boycott, half of the votes from the queens. Unless you are really pulling them apart and say, listen, you have to vote for this person, which would be heartbreaking in a way, We like that they get to vote. We know that it's rigged anyway, but at least they get to say, yes, I voted this person for this reason. Instead of being, pulled like, yes, vote for this, vote for that. Ugh, no. Valentine. Wasn't a little odd that Eureka's team won, but Ginger won the challenge? Sorry if you already talked about this. No worries. Yes, we already talked about this. And the point is, they clearly wanted Ginger to win. So why the hell did they judge everybody else as single? What's the word? Oh my god, as individuals, but that group was judged as a group. And when you look at the group, you have in there Trinity and Eureka, who did an amazing job, and then you have Akiria, who, in my opinion, looked like she was playing a character. She didn't really do a good job. Her runway was absolutely not on point. They read other people to filth, but Akira's runway did not read like Clash of Patterns to me. And when you take into account that Jara went live saying that, Jessica was not supposed to lip sync this episode. And you start thinking, okay, so Jara was put up for, was put in the bottom. Okay, all the queens somehow voted for her, and then Jessica was called for a lip sync that she was not supposed to lip sync in. So my best assumption was that Well, Akira was supposed to be eliminated instead of Jara. They had an elimination order, and Jara was not supposed to be eliminated this episode. But since Jara is not there anymore, Akira took her place, and in order to not shift all the elimination order, they simply switched Akira and Jara. This was my conclusion. I hope it's clear. I hope it's clear. I think I said it better when I said it before, but it's also 1 a.m. Fulani, I've decided that Eureka is a spy for the game within a game. I have absolutely no basis for this. No worry, we like a good speculation territory. Let's just put, a disclaimer. We are in speculation territory. It's one of the best things about the show, speculating. Fabio, can we talk about Ginger? Ginger won more money in a lip sync than the winner of season 1 and season 2. Well, I think Alaska got what? 30,000 as well. She won 3 lip syncs back in season 2, plus she won the seasons, which makes 130,000 after taxes. Or what is it? 70, 80,000. Signature note. No, what I mean is the lip sync assassin wins, but the votes are tied instead of pivoting. They come up with something, to break the tie, like something competitive. I don't know if they would have even had time to do something like that. I don't know. I understand that it's a reasonable question what you're asking, but I have no idea. If I was in their position, what I would do is simply choose the queen who won the challenge, so that I don't have to break the tie, I don't have to go with whatever it's going. But you never know, because these are collective decisions that are made by a team of producers, not by one person alone. Blazing Bard, Akira's outfit looked like her actual redemption look for the Face Kini runway. Oh, that is interesting, because I didn't really understand that outfit. I don't remember the Face Kini outfit, the runway, but it didn't fit the runway theme at all. At all. I mean, I agreed with the critique from Jen. Her outfit didn't really read like Clash of the Patterns to me, but it was not as bad as Akira's. Akira's made no sense. Like, no sense. I don't get it. Jason Coaster, it blows my mind that they brought Mayhem back as an assassin after she basically took herself out of the running in All Stars 5. But with that said, I am loving the lip syncs in this season. Let's also not forget that Mayhem has a very good relationship with the producers on World of Wonder. Mayhem was one of the makeup artists, if I'm remembering correctly, in that cringe fest that was RuPaul's Secret Celebrity Drag Race. So if they are on good grounds, why not? That's how the game is played. That's why not many queens walk off, not many queens speak openly against World of Wonder, because you get these kind of gigs. It's always useful to be on a good basis with them. Emmeline, who do you want to see as a lip sync assassin? Darian Lake. Give me fucking Darian Lake. It's been long enough. Can I have Darian Lake? I mean, we had Jessica Wilde, and I can never be thankful enough for that. We had La Ganja, someone that I never thought would ever come back in any way, shape, or form to Drag Race. So I'm already really, really happy about those queens. But you if you want to finish me off, just bring me Darian Lake. Oh my god. That was not supposed to sound like that. But yes, Darian Lake. Darian Lake, for God's sake. I'm always thinking, okay, because when that curtain pulls off and I see that it's not a big girl, I'm like, Jada, come on. Jada, bring Jada. But I don't think they're going to bring Jada back just yet. I don't see why not, because technically she was still under contract. Season 12 just finished airing while they were filming for All Star 6, so I don't see why they wouldn't bring Jada Essence Soul back, because it makes sense. You almost don't even have to pay her. So if I see a big girl, it's always going to be Darian Lake. If it's a thin bitch, it has to be Jada Essence Hall, and then I will be happy. Groover, Akira's Runways was suing Patterns. Oh, when I hear things like that, I always remember the old critiques on Drag Race when they used to say, if you have to explain it to me, you are doing something wrong. Because this is exactly the point. Well, yeah, but I mean, I am not an expert, so in this way, I'm really part of the target audience. It needs to be clear to people who don't really understand the heart of fashion itself, when it comes to clothes. It needs to be easily accessible, easily understandable. So, I don't get it. I don't get it. Next week, I want Latrice motherfucking Royale. Could watch her lip sync all day, every day. Latrice gives great soul when it comes to soul performances, but when the song is very upbeat, I don't enjoy it that much. I think she has a great style for some specific kind of music. I don't think she's very versatile, and I'm pretty sure that she can confirm that to you. Oh my god. You know that the goddess likes versatility. Jujubee is an incredible lip sync assassin. She has versatility. But maybe they come with a little bit too high of a price tag. But let's be honest, if we're talking about lip sync assassins, then for All Star 7, expect to see the best lip sync assassin in history, Simone, and the runner-up, Candy Muse, who, by the way, admitted to never knowing the words to the songs. Yes, she did, and yes, I saved that video. So if it gets taken out, I still have it. Rayo, we need Pearl to come. No, Pearl will never come back. Pearl will never come back. Ever, ever, ever. RuPaul will never allow it. RuPaul will never allow it. That's just as it is. That's just as it is. Cubis Cat. I would love Peppermint as a lip sync assassin. Yeah, it's time to get fucking Peppermint back, Because there used to be a time in which, you have breast implants, you're not welcome anymore. There used to be a time like that. Now that we don't have it anymore, yeah, it's time to give Peppermint a little bit of exposure. Jason, bring back Willem. I think Willem is being pretty vocal about wanting to be back. I don't understand why, but it would be interesting. It would be an interesting ride. I don't think it's ever going to happen. She said too much shit in the years. And even if even if those things would be forgiven in a way, she told RuPaul to go fuck herself. I mean, people have been cut away from the business because of, much less offensive things, much less problematic things with RuPaul. She told RuPaul to go fuck herself. She is never coming back. Never, never. Grover, I think it's an American thing. I don't know what suing pattern means at all. Maybe the Europeans aren't the target audience. Yes, for this challenge, for example, I know that I'm not the target audience. The moment you say talk show and I don't know the reference, and in my mind, I am picturing literal people fighting in front of an audience gasping. This is what I pictured when I was watching this episode, and I was thinking, this doesn't fucking make sense. Why aren't they throwing their shoes to each other? Why aren't they pulling their weaves? Why isn't anybody insulting anyone? This is not a talk show. This is what I was thinking. Thank God I asked someone to clarify it for me, because at that moment I knew I am definitely losing something in here. I don't know what it is, but I'm definitely losing something. So I asked Fantasia during game night if she knew, and she explained, this is a reference to this talk show, it's done in this way. And then I was like, okay, I get it. So it's a talk show in which you have to pretend to be honest, to be yourself, and so on and so forth. I didn't get that. I lost that level of understanding. Can you show us the video of Candy saying that? I don't have it indexed, but I can give you the link. If you wait a moment, I can find it for you. Candy Muse Roscoe's viewing party. Oh, it's this one with Asia O'Hara and Candy Muse. Sending the link in the chat now. Okay. Did we ever see Violet lip sync even once? I think yes. Didn't they have in the finale of season 7? They made. We still didn't have the the lip sync battle that we have today in the finale. So they wrote songs for the queens that they would lip sync during the finale. Yes, it was an unfortunate format. Thank God we only had it for 2 seasons and then they moved on. But yes, we saw her there. Fulani, Exposure, Peppermint has an entire show coming out on Canada. Yes, I know that. But this is Drag Race. The show in Canada, yes, maybe some people will watch it outside of Canada, definitely a ton of people from the US, but the rest of the world will be like, oh, it's another drag show. It's not even an international drag race. But if you are on Drag Race All-Star, everybody will see you. So it's still very, very good exposure. And there is no such thing as enough exposure when you are in that kind of business. Homemade Soup, I really want to see Delta work again, but I don't think she has a good relationship with the show. And you might be right. Tommy, I really want to see Nina Bonina Brown back on RuPaul's Drag Race. I think she was asked to do All Stars 4, but she declined because she didn't want the producer to make a storyline between her and Shea Coulee. I don't know if she was asked for All Stars 5. I think she will definitely come back at some point, but maybe not so soon. Because after all, she's doing really well with her thing. Her channel is doing well. Her social media is doing well. She's slowly finding a format that works for her and works for the audience. So, maybe she might not even need it. Like, Bob and Monet, for example. Of course, she's not as successful as Bob and Monet, but she is doing very well. Very, very well. Rayo, if Willan comes back, they're going to need to put a bulletproof screen in front of the judges panel. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting if it will ever happen. Anders Og, Courtney Act, will she come back one day? I don't think so at all. She doesn't appear to have a good relationship with RuPaul. And if you have problems with one producer is one thing, but when you have problems with RuPaul looks to me like the kind of bitch who will hold grudges. She looks to me like in her mind she is this supreme goddess that you cannot say anything remotely neutral to her. I'm not saying offensive, I'm saying neutral. It's like you need to compliment her all of the time. That's how she looks to me. Of course, it's an exaggeration. But if you are going to say shit that makes RuPaul look bad, even if you're being very honest, even if you're being very political, very polite, that kind of shit will not go down well. I'm saying shit too much. I'm sorry. I'm trying to having a more friendly language. Mrs. G, you were looking for Maury or Jerry Springler. It's a reference to Red Table Talk. Is it? It's not a reference to Jada Pinkett Smith? Do I have to correct that? Did I say bullshit? Because I didn't Google it. I didn't Google it. Oh my god. No, I did Google it. It was a show with her. Yes, it is a show with her. Because I did Google it. Beatrice, Jara said at Roscoe's that she had the same curious concept for this runway. Do you think this can be a reason to put Akira and Jara in the bottom last week? No, I thought they wanted to get rid of Akira, and they did it with Jara simply because there was no competition there. I mean, judging by social media influence alone, I'm sorry, Akira, I don't want to shade anyone, but there is no competition there. SC says, watch the RuPaul Roundtable Talk where he is side by side with Kris Kardashian talking about their family and Leah Remini talking about Scientology. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is it cringe? If it's cringe, I'll watch it. Let me copy your comment. If I have problems falling asleep later on because I got too many energy drink, at least I have something to watch. Homemade Soup. I actually enjoyed the song from season 7 and 8. Bob's and Naomi's are iconic. Yeah, Purse First is iconic, but the format itself was not good to me. It was not really good. Emmeline, do you think we'll ever get Vanity as a contestant? I need a Vanity versus Courtney lip sync. Vanity is such a killer on stage. I don't know who Vanity is. I know, but I don't know who she is. Homemade Soup, I don't want Nina to come back because she will definitely get psychologically tortured. That's a possibility. When you come, every time you go on All Stars, you will always be referenced to the edit that you had from the season in which you participated the first time. And shit can usually go down two ways. Either when you are portrayed like Nina, either you get a very, very good edit, or you get fucked up even more. Like they did with Raja, for example. It could have gone two ways. Either she becomes a villain of the season, and that's why she was brought on, or she gets a good redemption edit. So good for Raja, but this was a huge gamble for her. Fabio, I want to see Dida Ritz again so much. I don't think it's going to happen. She's being way too vocal against World of Wonder. Continuously saying, I want a second chance, call me back, this is not fair, or something to the lines of, this is not fair, it's been long enough, and you know, you cannot do. This is show business, you know, there is an etiquette. You cannot do that. Plain and simple. You can ask. You know, that is something that you can do. Why don't you bring me back on? I am ready and willing to join the family again. That is another thing. But you cannot try to guilt them into coming back, because either they will show you the middle finger or they will say, yes, yes, come back. Come back. I have a spot right for you. You know what I mean? Like Nicole Page Brooks did, for example. She went like, it's time to bring me back. I have evolved so much. Hey, World of Wonder, can you please bring me back? That is different. Andersock, RuPaul is a psycho. When he said that he would play with people's heads when he hated them, he was talking about Pearl too. Oh, yes, yes. Watch that video with Pearl making fun of that What's the Tea podcast. It was pretty eye-opening. Emmeline, it was Red Table Talk with Jada. Yes, I got it right. Well, I was suggested right. Mrs. G, it's Jada Pinkett Show, Red Table Talk. There we go. Myra. She blames her personality on her birth chart. Oh, yes. She goes like when she said Scorpio, it's Scorpio, she said, but I'm a Scorpio, so you know that blah 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 blah. And I'm like, oh god. Chi-Chi's, I just met Denali a few nights ago. I hate you. Go away. I don't want to read you. I don't want to read it. Rayo, to be fair, Jara's been in the Drag Race circle for much longer than Akira. Oh, yes. Yes. Chi-Chi is, Ru is just a messy old man in a week. She needs to come back to Earth. You know, I'm all in for recognizing the iconic status of RuPaul and thanking her for all that she has done for the community, especially through Drag Race. But with that said, that's part of the picture, not the complete picture. You know, there's other stuff. Coffee, getting McDonald's and beer. My top family meal. I hate you. You know, when I finished the review, I was like, you know what? I deserve McDonald's. I literally deserved McDonald's. You know, when it takes you something like 40 hours in 3 days to count fucking pimples, and find out what happened, why, and start understanding a ton of shit that happened when this was filming. I'm like, and it's done. I finally made it. You know what? I deserve chicken nuggets at 4 a.m. in the morning. I deserve it. I literally deserve it. So please enable me to go get chicken nuggets when I'm done. Emmeline, Vanity is an Australian queen. She taught Courtney everything she knows. She owns Wigs by Vanity. Oh, shit. Then she will never come. Then she will never come. Why wasn't she invited as a judge on Drag Race Down Under? Why? Why didn't we have her, Courtney, and the oldest twink alive? I mean, I didn't like him, but the vast majority of people did. Why didn't they have those three? They could have had great chemistry together. Plus, you don't need to pay them as much as RuPaul and Michelle Visage. I swear, some decision really makes me question people's ability to understand the market. Nightmare Truebaiter. I also noticed that the show punishes the queens who speak poorly about it, so even if Dida returned, she would probably get a bad edit, like Latrice. Oh yes. Latrice's edit, for me, was really uncalled for. It was really uncalled for. I mean, there is no doubt that Latrice changed a little bit as a person, or as I prefer to say it, when people around you are all yes men that enable you for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and they all say, oh, you're amazing, you're fantastic, you stop evolving because you never had feedback, and you probably become your worst self. And that worst self was absolutely dialed up to 100, used and abused to push an edit, and I don't know why they did it, because other than shock value, because it was completely uncalled for. Who said I want to meet Denali? Grover, I want to meet Denali. I would like to meet any queen, really. But nobody comes here. Well, we don't live in a metropolis, in like a big city where you can say, oh, maybe some of those queens might actually come. So we don't even have local drag queens that you can say, oh, you know what, I'm going to a bar, I'm going to support my local girl, have a show, now that everything is finally open again, having a little bit of that, but we don't have even that. And, frankly, I'm not going to drive for a couple hours and then having to come back in the morning. Oh, my God, no. I'm too old for that. I'm sorry. I'm too old. At some point, I'll have enough money to come to DragCon, and I will get my life from that. Signature note, literally deserves McDonald's. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, good God. Missed week, how far do you think RuPaul would get if she had to be a contestant? I would say about 20% of the audition tape. A Groover, am I the only one who thinks Denali would get the same edit Jen is getting if she came back to All Stars? I don't think so. Denali is a complete different person. She, Jen was passed on during her season. Denali was provoked during her season, and she kept her composure. They would never be able to do to Denali what they are doing to Jen. She is just too strong to allow that to happen. So I don't think it's ever going to happen. But with that said, yes, I totally see that kind of narrative being pushed again. Coffee, you deserve the nuggets. Marlon, I love your hit song, A Little Bit of Money. I love how you sing way. It goes a long, long way. Can you give us a little a cappella right now? My partner is sleeping and it's 1:30 in the morning, but I can assure you it's even more fucked up than in the final version. The final version is the refined one, believe it or not. Fulani, well, how long did it take to you to prepare for the contract live stream? That is different because the contract, I already read it. So when I actually reread the contract for the live stream, I just scrolled through it in order to highlight all the different sections that would make it easy for the people on the live stream to concentrate on the things I was talking about. So doing the highlight took like 4 or 5 hours. It sounds like a lot, but it's nothing compared to preparing, an actual live stream for a review of the episode. Blazing Bar, they just love to fuck fun favorite. Oh yes, that's the shock value everyone is looking for. Carrie, did a Ritz could come back as a lip sync assassin. Well, she did one great and iconic lip sync. It was, for years before the show went mainstream. She was constantly in top 10 best lip syncs in very, very high positions, right next to Roxy for the very first wig reveal of the show. She was constantly praised. I think she should have been in All Stars 2 already. The fact that she's not there yet, it doesn't really look good. And the problem also is that when I go on Twitter, because at some point I got curious and, found her Instagram, found the things that she publishes, she doesn't really look like her drag evolved that much. With that said, I cannot say anything about the person. Maybe she had an amazing growth. But when it comes to the drag itself, the drag became really expensive and really, really refined in the past 5 to 10 years. And I don't see that. I'm sorry. I don't see that. Chi-Chi's, I am a local girl. She actually had family where she was at. I am a local girl. I don't think I get the meaning of that. Sasha, I told my girlfriend to watch the stream today, but she was a little late for it. The dummy first comment was, Anne, top RPDR videos have the same accent. Lo, we don't. Oh, like we have the same accent. Who said Denali has personality? Denali also has balls of steel. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. Where am I? The chat skipped. Coffee, does Ru 8 Chicago Queens? Well, I don't know about that, and talking for, only the things that I see from the outside, I always hear this thing that Chicago Queens are difficult to work with. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know if it's like a substantiated thing. I have no idea. But I hear that. To the point in which when I hear Chicago Queens, I'm like, oh yes, it's difficult to work with them. As if I ever worked with anyone in the U.S. or even drag queens from Chicago. It's just things that get into your head. A Groover, she better have a Europe tour. Oh yes, I would love that. We need more queens on Europe. Chichis, I am a local girl. She actually had a family where she was at. Oh, it's a reference from the comment before. Now I got it. Sasha, oh yes, I just read that one. Why did the chat skip? I look like an idiot. More than usual. Chichis, I can't stand Jen, to be honest. She has some growing up to do. SC, what was your first season of Drag Race you watched? Season 2. At what point watching in the show did your analytical focus on the edit of the show begin? I think it was always there, but I never really acknowledged it. So I started acknowledging it around season 8. It's like when you start to understand that you're probably a fag, and you're like, oh yes, I always knew. But I'm realizing it now. But I always knew. So, yeah, around season 8. Season 8, season 7, when they did that thing with Pearl, it was really convenient, the coming back. But then it completely came into focus around season 8. Until that, I was just enjoying the show like any naive person out there, Like really, I was, oh yes, this person I hate Roxy Andrews and Vivi O'Hara. I was in that kind of mind state. Never contacted any of them. It's just, I'm not that kind of person. But I was completely in the fantasy. That is for sure. Chi-Chi's, what was your reaction to Jessica Wilde returning? I almost screamed. I jumped off of my chair and I said, oh my god, Jessica, with the biggest smile ever. And my partner was spoiled about who was coming back, so he was more reliving it through me. I love Jessica Wilde. I'm Hond. What do you think is a game within a game? This is a question that I get every time someone new comes. I think it's going to be something survivor mode. I cannot repeat me all of the time, otherwise the people that have been here already, I've been asked like 3 times and described it every time. They're going to be like, go get some nugget and shut the fuck up. Essie, I cringed during Rosé's watch a packing with... You watched that? You have some serious stomach. You have some serious stomach. Props to you. When Michelle said that she wanted to see Laguna Blue, Rosé and Jen's third girl group member, on Drag Race. Oh, I'm sure they would love the storyline. Emmeline, all big city queens have stereotypes about... Oh, yes. If there is one thing we humans are good at, is making stereotypes. It's like it's embedded in our genetic code. Which, in a way, it is. They're not technically called stereotypes, but it's the same category. They're called social representations. SC, I love the opportunity for Laguna, but World of Wonder... that would be a very hard decision... But, oh no, oh shit. But wow, that would be a very hard decision for her to make, after how her friends were treated. Yeah, but it's still a huge opportunity. The problem with Jen, yes, she got a villain edit. The problem is that I don't think she was equipped to actually, I'm not saying succeed on RuPaul's Drag Race, but at least resist this kind of mind games. Kimchi is a Chicago queen alone. You mean Shade Chi? Sasha, I wouldn't say Chicago queens are difficult to work with. They are close to each other's and they love to call bullshit. Oh yes, that I noticed. Blazing, I don't think Laguna necessarily wants to go on Drag Race. I'm sure she had a great talk with Rosé and Jen. Oh, I'm sure she did. I'm sure she did. Jason Coaster, I would love to see production keep putting Art Simone in every drag show franchise for no real reason at all. That would be a blast for real. Art Simone. Coffee, I would say Chicago queens are usually icons. Fulani, bitch, I'm from Chicago, never gets old. Yeah, I remember there was a time in which, what was her name? Oh God. What was her name? Oh shit. This looks so unprofessional. You know, I received some comment that this is something that I wanted to. I'm not going to bitch about it. It's just a curious thing. I received some comments from the episode. What was it? Was it the last? Yes, it was the last episode, the one with the talent show, with a lot of people saying, "Well, you should have checked out the performances and get an idea because it's unprofessional if you don't." And to me, that sounded really strange because I'm like, what's the problem? I'm not trying to lie to anyone. It's just that if I don't know, I tell you, well, you know, I don't know. But a lot of people said, well, if you don't know, instead of saying that you don't know, you should have checked them out and pretend like you do know. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to do that. It's funny to me that people don't understand the difference in there. It's kind of bullshitting, isn't it? I don't know. Curious. It was curious. Yes, that's something that I didn't expect. Usually, you know, comments like "go fuck yourself." That I expect. That it's fine. Mystique Summers Madison. There we go. There was a point in which I thought Mystique was coming back because she was invited on World of Wonder show. She was on her best self. She felt good. I think she even dropped a ton of weight. She would look very comfortable in her body. Her drag looked good, and a lot of people were speculating, well, she is working for that spot on All Stars. It's really strange that, you know, at the end, nothing happened. Maybe she was a backup queen for some other queens. I don't know. But it's definitely time. I mean, the season 2 girls and the season 1 girls are not getting enough love. Not nearly enough. Amhond says, what was the point of having Bianca Del Rio show up? It was odd. I think it was a nice gag. I just think it was a nice gag. And if they have money to spend and give it to some queens, why not? I mean, I don't have any kind of problems with queens getting a gig and getting a little bit of exposure, even if they don't really do anything. They're just like, okay, today's special guest is this queen. It's no problem. For me, it was nice. Oh, made soup. Point of the shop, not judging the show. Yes, that's the point. It's like they don't get it. It's like, but you know, we're also getting some new viewers, which is a good thing. So I usually try to answer, you know, it's just that It's part of the experience. It's just the impressions that you have if you don't know. But I found that kind of strange. Usually, the reaction that I get from new viewers is like, you are so hateful. You are, which is something that I'm used to here, because when you really go on face value and you come from, what everybody else is doing, which is basically yada yada. I can get that impression. I understand it. That doesn't even come to my mind of saying, "Oh, go fuck yourself." It's like, it's okay. Curious, very curious. Emmeline, imagine if doctors or teachers got called unprofessional for saying, "I don't know." Yes, that's the approach that I always use. Be proud of saying, "I don't know." I'm always proud of saying it. Carrie, it would be great if they had Bianca come back as a guest judge. I don't get why they don't invite queens as guest judges. I really don't get it. Maybe they want to keep a degree of separation so that they know their place. I don't know, because at this point it makes no sense. I mean, we have some drag queens that are more famous of the actual guest judges sometimes. I don't get it. Hey, Philip, hello from London. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Blazing, if all the winners thing is happening, they need to be big format changes. I am really curious if they do something like that. Like really, really curious, because it's going to tell me more about the real desperation of some people. Who is really desperate to gamble coming back to Drag Race after winning the first time. It's inconceivable to me. Probably earlier winners. BB, we had already. The artist formerly known as Tyra Sanchez is not doing drag anymore. James is not doing drag. Raja has her show, well, whatever she is doing on World of Wonder. Sharon, she's still extremely relevant despite all the bullshit that went around with her and her character. Maybe Jinx. It looks like Jinx was really passed on, sandwiched in between these two very, very influential winners. Maybe Jinx. Violet, yes. Bob, I don't think so. Maybe Sasha. And all the other winners from the other seasons. Aquaria would probably come back. Evie would definitely come back. These last winners that we are having, apart from Jada Essence Hall, she's a goddess. And it's not up for discussion. So apart from her, every winner that we've had in the past 4 or 5 years has been kind of forgettable to me. Kind of. I mean, I don't mean to disrespect anyone. It's just that they didn't really jump off of the screen to me. Not even, on social media. Well, that little of social media that I see didn't really jump off of the screen. No. Anders Og, I'd love to see Nina Flowers and Jade from season 1. Jade doesn't nearly get enough love. Yes, I would love to see Jade as well. I would love to see Jade. Yes, Jade and Ongina really deserved a spot on All Stars. Ongina finally got it. Too bad she got fucked over by Miss Relatable, but at least people know who she is. At least she was introduced to a whole new audience, and she didn't really do that bad. She didn't last long, but it was she made a good impression overall, yes. Blazing, because they want them for a non-appealing, equally fake YouTube show. I watch nothing that comes from World of Wonder. Like zero. I get enough from Drag Race. I don't need an overdose. No. I tried to watch like what was fashion photo review, and I'm like, come on, you're not even try. Are you trying? Tell me the truth. Why did you stop trying? I'm Hond. I don't understand why a majority of guest judges are straight women and not gay men or old drag legends. Because this is show business. And some of the choices that you make because you are part of a business. And the business is made not only of your production company at all levels, it's also made from the company that pays for the show, the corporation that owns the company that pays for the show, and, all the agreements that that corporation has. So it's a much, much, much bigger picture. With that said, I have nothing against having straight women on the show. It's an open space for everyone, but I would prefer a vast majority being queer icons. Doesn't need to be necessarily gay men, but at least queer icon. Oh, sorry, the chat skipped. Where are we? Hey Philip, I'm in love with your videos and the way you analyze all of them, and I appreciate all the effort. Thank you. Thank you. You must be one of the few who got suggestions for our videos and actually subscribed, which is great. It's great because YouTube doesn't really like us. Last time, and this is something that I will have to start doing in the videos, get like 1 minute and remind the people who are still there, like, 10, 15 minutes in, please remember, we need to appease the algorithm. The thumb up, the comment, even if it's just to say, oh, I like it, or you're a piece of shit. That's and the fact that people watch, that's what's going to convince the algorithm to start actually suggesting the videos. And thanks to, the help that we got on the last video, our last review hit 10,000 views, which is great. The vast majority of people watched for like 10 minutes instead of the full hour. But still, I'm happy with it. I'm really, really happy. That's fantastic. We got 100 people that saw that video and thought, oh, I like this show. I want to subscribe to this. I want to, see more, learn more, get another perspective. That's exactly what I want with this channel. I don't want hundreds or thousands of views and subscribers, but once I start reaching 10, 20,000 people, I'm happy. Then I'm happy. I'm satisfied. So thank you for everyone who actually came, gave the thumb up, the like, left a comment or shared the video. That really made the difference, and it showed. So forgot to say it before, but thanks for everyone. Fulani, Bob said he would return for the money. I think that's a lie. Because when you're making... Well, I said it before, so I can say it again. But when you are making anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000 a month on Patreon, why would you come back to All Stars? Spend $50,000, $60,000? Well, maybe they have good contracts, good contacts with creators, stylists, and so on. But maybe $20,000 for outfits, work at that pace, being being isolated in that fucking hotel room, risk your career if they decide to portray you like fuck to get what? What you earn in a month by having a talk with your best friend? Nah, that's a lie. That has to be a lie. That has to be a lie. Emily, Jane Mansfield would be great. My partner was watching Camp Wanakiki, and James Mansfield was at a guest appearance in there. A signature note. Jade is going to rant about Rebecca. Oh, yes. Yes. Jason Coaster, I would love to see Lady Bunny or Amanda Lepore as a guest judge. Yes, that would be iconic. That would be iconic. Blazing, the only good fashion photo review is the one with Violet and Katya ranting about Taylor Swift. Enderzog, Envy Peru is rumored to be a permanent judge for Drag Race Spain Season 2. Who's Envy Peru? I don't think I know her. No. When I read Envy Peru, I thought about Coco Peru. Oh, yes, that I know. That is a legend. Didn't know she spoke Spanish, but for some reason I was like, oh, Coco Peru, yes, that's an old legend. Mrs. G, I realized the live stream viewers have increased. Oh, yes. Yes, this is not anymore. I don't know if you were there already. I remember you've been here for a long time. I think already for the season 12 live streams. But I don't think you were there when I made the very first live stream and we were like 10 people in here. And I felt so overwhelmed by talking alone into a room. I was like, what's happening? Why am I even doing this? So yes, we went a long way from that handful of people, because now on average we have 100,000 people coming. So more people are seeing the show, more people are liking it, and more people want to have a space to actually have a conversation without saying, oh, you're full of shit, oh no, you don't understand, oh, but what you're saying is that, a conversation. Talking about things that are not so easy to talk about and have a conversation about it. I know that we won't appeal to, hundreds of thousands of people, but there are people who want this. They just need to get a suggestion and see that this place is actually here. That's all. That's all. Miss Tweak, do you think Cher would ever be a guest judge? No. Chad Michaels, maybe. Yes. Cher, no. No. There's no chance. Emmeline, advertising doesn't gain as much conversion as the algorithm actually working. Oh, yes. That is the truth, because by the way the algorithm works, at least for what I've seen for the channel, you need to keep your kind of content very, very similar, because they use your subscriber base in order to judge if something will get suggested or not. So if I'm doing, for example, something new, and the people who usually watch the reviews are like, oh, I'm not really interested into this, the algorithm will take their judgment into account in order to decide, what am I doing? Am I suggesting it or am I not suggesting it? Including people actually sharing from the outside. Because the algorithm has shown over the years that if you get a strong influx of view from the outside, that will pass over the judgment from your subscribers. They will start suggesting it to a pool of viewers, and based on that it will be slowly enlarge even more, and if it keeps constant, then it will go viral. Unless you have a viral reputation as a channel already. In that case, you can fart on camera and you will get 100,000 views. But we are not at that stage at all. So, it's the way it is. I mean, we are growing. I'm happy that we are growing, and I hope it will keep growing, and I hope it will start growing a little bit faster. I don't want to get to a point in which I'm like, oh yes, I can stop working and do this full time. I will never be stupid enough to ever do that. Put my livelihood in the hands of YouTube. No, absolutely not. But part-time, yes. Because, if they fuck you up, you can still say, well, I can still pay rent. And, but, growing enough that we can really make a dent in the conversation. Having large groups of people starting actually saying, you know what? This editing is complete bullshit, but I enjoyed it. Having people start talking like this, start enjoying this entertainment like this. This is something that would make me really, really proud if I start making a difference in that way. That's one of the greatest motivations to go through all this extra work. Emmeline, Tammy Brown and Ginger Minch have been on Camp Wana Kiki too. Oh, I didn't know that. I don't watch it. I always want to say, I want to watch that. I want to get time. Then I never have time to watch anything. But yes, my partner watches every single episode. Fulani, I personally heard Bob say that he would return for more money. He said it on his live stream. So if we're talking about $1 million, yes, I don't think what he's saying is also more power on the edit and different contract, because that's not something that you can say if you want to be professional. But I can add it for you. Mrs. G, will Rebecca Glasscock ever come back? I think I heard somebody saying she's not doing drag anymore. Mario, thank you for the fun live stream and the hard work behind it. It's getting 2 a.m. and Mama needs to sleep. See you next weekend. Thank you so much for coming. It is 2 a.m. After this, I'm going to get nuggets. Yay! Oh, Envy Peru won Drag Race Holland. Oh, okay, didn't watch Holland. I heard it was a little bit of a shit show. I cannot confirm it because I didn't watch it. I need to catch up on all of these. I don't even know if I will ever catch up. What I do know is that I want to finish watching Drag Race Canada Season 1, which I still haven't finished watching. I left Down Under. I watched a little bit, then I stopped, then I watched one episode, then I said this is too much. Getting out of it. I caught up to UK Season 2 later on. Not while it was airing. I was just too busy reviewing Season 13. So some things I just skip. It's better to have more Drag Race and having the ability to choose than not having enough. Especially with these regional franchises. But, I pass on a ton of stuff. Anders Ock, Pandora is dragging Drag Race right now on Twitter. What the fuck is happening? What is happening? Fantasia, you should totally start farting. No, I'm a lady. I am a lady. What's happening with Pandora on Twitter? Now I need to know. I need to know. Why are people dragging? Why is Pandora dragging Drag Race? She's better than that. Oh, she's saying, oh, the thoughts in my head. If only you knew. Well, that's vague booking. And I did more during this, but what is she talking about? What is this? Is she having a talk? Oh, this is the talk show. Oh, she's not really dragging them. This kind of things are okay. They bring more, not investment. How is it called? That's not investment. It's not the right word. They bring more attention to the show, and they are kind of innocent. No. Pandora is a professional. And I hope she doesn't drag them. She paid enough. Just... do your thing, lay low, get more people to know you, get more people to find who you are and what you do. Lay low. It's okay, Pandora. It's okay. Flani, it's the critical thinking for me. I don't agree with everything, but it's good info. Yeah, that's the point, you know? That's the point. Having a place where we can say, yeah, I don't agree. I think it's something different. It's something different, but it's good information. I'll take into account. That's exactly the point where I want to be. That's where I want to get. Exactly that. Jay, tell them. I mean, they think they can take advantage of knowing that they can put in every challenge lip sync second for second because it will drag the episode, but it could be nice for us to judge on our own. I don't think I'm getting them. I don't think I'm reading the comment right. Oh, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. I don't think that they will ever show us everything of every challenge, of every lip sync, because they cannot really fuck with it if they do. And but what I can tell you is that I would really enjoy if they would start doing the things that they were doing back on season 4, season 5, season 6, when they would publish on the Logo website the full challenges, not the full lip syncs, never the full lip syncs, but the full challenges, yes. As a matter of fact, I saved many of those videos, like the full Snatch game for season 4, for example. Or you remember the acting challenges in season 5? They had like the one La Casa de Locas, you know, they had that thing, and I have the full version, you know. That is something that I like, but you cannot pull so much shit if people start seeing the whole thing. That's the problem. You lose power in the editing room. You definitely lose power in the editing room. Blazing, thank you for tempting me into the shithole that Twitter is again. Apparently, Ginger gets loads, and I will stop reading there. Apparently, Ginger is getting loads. Good for her. Blazing, she basically said that she's being cut again. Yeah, but she's saying it in a good way. It's not that bad. It's not that bad, you know. She's been vocal about this thing already, and she's on the more joking side, being a little bit safe with it, because, you know, you have to. You just have to. But she's not keeping silent, which is something that Pandora should do. I will never forget when she made that tweet. What was it? I think it was episode 1, when she complained to World of Wonder that they just couldn't let her have a good entrance moment. Because they showed Jiggly saying, oh, Helsa got hold, referring to Pandora. And I'm like, get your head in the game, Pandora. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. You know? It made you look like a victim. That is perfect. People love that. The mainstream people who watch the show fall in love with these kind of things. You know, and they will support you. Okay, maybe they might not be exactly your target audience, but they are supporting you. They help you paying the bills. You know, this is their job. Yeah, Pandora needs to get her head in the game. She's getting it more. She deleted that tweet, but she needs to get her head in the game. Signature note, engagement. Yes, that was the word I was looking for 15 minutes ago. Mrs. G, I remember, and the chat skipped. Oh, remember, Pandora did say in her confessionals some stuff, but it really was not shown based on the edit. Oh, you remember that Pandora said that she said stuff in the confessionals that didn't make it to the final cut. Bad stuff? I always remember a conversation between Darian Lake and Pandora Box that was referred, I think, no, it was not a conversation. It was Darian reminiscing about a conversation that she had with Pandora, because as you know, Pandora is Darian Lake's drag daughter. When Pandora coming back from season 2, knowing that Darian, was called in for season 6, and she told her, keep your mouth shut, let other people dig their own grave. You stay apart and watch. That's what she said. And I was like, yes. Understanding the game 100%. Andersok, who are your top 4 so far? Well, my dream top 4 would be Pandora Box, Kylie, probably Ginger, and Raja. That would be my dream top 4. I don't think, this show doesn't like older queens. It's always been like that. And Pandora is an older queen. I know that she doesn't have a chance in the top 4. But maybe in the top 5. That would be nice. That would be really nice, after everything that Pandora went through. That's what I would like. I would have loved to see Jiggly more on the show, frankly, because it looks like she did a ton of growing up. And I wanted to see a little bit more of Serena. But, it is how it is. I wanted them to get more exposure. I think they deserve it. I can see more of them. I mean, I have a computer, I'm connected to the internet. I can see more of whoever I want. But I wanted them, to showcase themselves on a big, huge platform like Drag Race All Stars. That's really a lost opportunity. Jason, now that Michelle has mellowed, it would be great for Adore to come back to All Stars and kick goals for sure. Adore was asked to coming back. She even considered it. She released a video. I think it was on Instagram. Now it's on YouTube. Somebody republished it. Reposted it, sorry. And she said that production wouldn't approve of a stunt that she wanted to do for her talent show. So she said, fuck it, I'm not coming. Which is typically well, she didn't say fuck it, I don't coming. She was much more, soft spoken, if you can believe that. But that's the gist of the thing. Emmeline, Bob would be red for filth today for his season 8 makeup. Oh yeah, standards have really gone through the roof today. Really gone through the roof. I mean, I'm not necessarily against, bringing the makeup artistry to the highest possible level. That's not a problem for me. It becomes a problem when it is a huge requirement that can prevent you to, do well in this competition. And be able to showcase yourself for a whole season, maybe even reach the top, and really achieving the goal of living through doing drag, which is something inconceivable 20 years ago, unless for very, very, very few lucky people. Normal people could not survive doing drag. It's mostly something that you do because you love doing it, and you get a little bit from it, and that's it. So, it's kind of sad that this makeup thing becomes a requirement. Or when people say, oh, yes, but for Ginger, for example, yes, but our runways are so lackluster. Yes, I see that. But, you consider everything as a whole. And then when you take into account, for God's sake, when you take into account that the vast majority of these people, they don't make their outfits. They don't even draw their outfits. Most of them, not all of them, but most of them, they don't even draw it. They go to a stylist and say, I want something that looks kind of like this, that feels kind of like this. These are my inspiration pictures. And then they start, brainstorming ideas and so on. And then somebody else does all the job. How can you take that so much into account? I mean, I get it that it's the person at the end that says, oh, yes, I'm taking this outfit, this idea. So you can still say yes, but Ginger said yes to all of those outfits. And I'm like, yes, but there is also more to the story. Maybe that's just her style. That's what she likes. For me, it's not that important. I mean, sometimes on the show, I judged, is that the correct word? I talk about the runways, we go over it, and I give you my impressions. I don't know who actually finds it interesting, but people have been asking, so sometimes I do it. It's a shit show, but sometimes I do it. But for me, it's not that important. For me, it's not really that important. I do it just, for a completeness of the show. But yes, Philip, quality over quantity, absolutely. Absolutely. Coffee. 7 was a little tough, like beef jerky, season 7, yes. Yes, it was. Andersog, I can't believe Raja is still the least followed girl from this season on Instagram. Well, that depends, because I think Instagram, it's more for look queens. My God, I cannot believe that I'm using that name. But, queens that publish looks, that Facetune a lot, that, Photoshop so much. I will never get an Instagram account. If I want a good dose of bullshit, I can just switch on the television. And I don't even have to scroll with my finger. It just does everything by itself. And I don't think, Raja is considered a look queen. I never considered Raja a look queen. But then how did I ever consider Raja? My God, I sound like I smoked a joint. I think Twitter is more important than Instagram, but then again, I am not really a social media kind of person, so don't take my word for it at all. Jason, season 5 is hands down the best drag race of all time. The best of the best queens for that era, and now legendary queens of this era. Season 5, for me, was the best edited one. Coffee, I think Bob's creativity and personality would beat their fashion toad tendency. Right? I agree with you, but that's because I consider queens from another perspective. As you know, I like good looks, but I don't really have the eye. I don't really have an appreciation for, things that are top of the line, for example. It doesn't really matter for me. What matters for me is what happens once they open their mouth. What do they say? Are they able to entertain me? Is it fun? I mostly like, campy queens. That's the queens that I grow up with. So that's, for me, is quintessential drag queen. Somebody that can hold a show. So looks are not that important. I understand that the vast majority of people, is different, but, for that I agree with you. The problem is, Drag Race is not made for me or people that think like me. So, I don't know. It's difficult because there is so much going around it, including the politics of show business itself, which play 90% of the game. And then whatever comes out will have a narrative built around it, and everybody will just eat it up. Signature, people forget Bob knows how to play these games and he understands how it's changed, and it's definitely changed. I agree with it. Serena C says Serena Chacha has 100,000 less followers than Raja. What are we talking about? Instagram? Signature, the Black Queens usually have less followers. Yeah, that's true. That's a cultural thing that will continuously roll in society for, still so much. It will get better. It just won't happen, one day after the other. Did you read Ginny Lemon saying the show is misogynistic? I think I did, but it was not really an article. It was like 5 sentences put there, mostly for clickbaiting. So only based on that, I'm not even considering what you're saying. If you want to write an article, write a fucking article. I can find 10 minutes to read it. Don't bullshit me with clickbaity 2 sentences thing. So, do I think it is? That depends on how you define that, really. For me, no. Plain and simple. But a ton of queens who speak out also have some sort of agenda behind it. And I think that what goes around, some people misconstrued when portraying a female character, is nothing compared to all the editing and the misconstruing of people themselves on the show. For me, this is what I think. So no, I don't really agree with it. I think Jenny is probably pissed. Misogynistic for me is something else. I know that it's an umbrella term, that a lot of things go under it, that I also come from a different generation, let's be honest with it. In this kind of matters, we kind of have a little bit of a thicker skin when, things don't really get to us, like things that for some people are homophobias, for me are like, well, no, I don't really give a shit about it. So, no, I don't think so, but... No, I'm not exactly the right person to ask that question. Jason, detox has always been on today's standards, am I right? If she doesn't make outfit for herself, you are right. Coffee, Pearl is Scarlet Drag Mom. Yeah, we had like a debate, I think 2 hours ago, because somebody said, oh, they are drag sister. And somebody said, no, Pearl is Scarlet's drag mother. Oh, no, Scarlet is Pearl's drag mother. And I'm like, I don't understand the fuck. But I can tell you, Scarlet Envy is a gift to the world. With that said, you can have a conversation about it. Oh, God. Detox was so ahead of times when she came to that damn reunion in season 5 with the black and white illusion makeup. That was incredible. I mean, even an ignorant like me was like, oh, shit. That was incredible. Oh my God, Emmeline. You don't have to be extraordinarily smart to be a drag queen anyway. Well, if you want to be an extraordinary drag queen, that's what I'm going to say. See, everyone is some kind of phobic. Oh yeah, that comment that you made was so on point, because it opens the door to discuss about things like you don't notice something until you have a definition for it. And once you have a definition for it, you start categorizing a lot of things and find out that a lot of people, situations, words fall into that category, and you're left with the perception that things are getting worse. No, things are not getting worse. Don't worry. It's just that now we have more words to define more things, or better definitions to define things that we knew already and include more. It's but I get what you're getting. You know, when I open social media, it's like, my God, I would get crazy if I would spend too much time in there, because it's like everyone fighting with everyone. Everyone is phobic something. Everyone is there is this term that people started using that is istophobics. It's to call out those people who are always pointing out everyone. Oh, you're this. Oh, you're that. And I'm like, yes, I get it. That to build a new future, you need to destroy some of the old ruins, but it cannot be just that. You know, you need to build a little bit of something too. It cannot only be about destroying things that didn't work. When are you fucking building something? Good God. Good God. Take a sip already. Yes, I'm shutting the fuck up and taking a sip. Feline phobic. Oh my God. Jason, let me now say that Jinx Monsoon is another awesome queen that is still relevant today. She is, but not as much as I would have expected back in season 5. Not as much. Why is she not getting gigs on television? You know? Why not? I don't get it. I mean, good for Eureka, for example, who got the We Were Here gig. That's good. That is fine. But, you know, so many queens are getting... Now Manila Luzon, she's getting, I think, the Drag Race Philippines. She's getting a gig there. So I'm like, where is Jinx? That's a gold mine. Why nobody is getting Jinx her show? Because of her narcolepsy. Well, she is medicated, isn't she? She is taking care of it. I don't know. But that could be actually. Augustine says, is anyone else over the 30th lip sync edit that only shows the splits moments? Splits are overrated. They use them too much. Oh yes, a lot of those istophobic people see everything as black and white. You either think exactly like them or you're against them. Yeah, it's mostly a term used by people who want to ridicule those people who use those terms to guilt everyone into aligning to whatever they believe. You know, it's a demeaning word for woke people. I don't want to use too much the word woke because it has a stigma associated with it, but you know what I mean. It's people that don't really give a shit about issues like racism, like transphobia, and any kind of phobia connected to our community, really. And but they are especially eager to point out everyone is phobic this and phobic that, and that's why they get called istophobes. Sorry, that's how the term histophobe is used, best of my knowledge. Twisted, busted, wig phobic. Oh my god. Does Jinx owe Roxy Andrews money? I didn't even pay attention to her until Roxy started bullying her. That was part of her edit. You didn't notice because the editors didn't want you to notice her. That's why I always say season 5 was the best edited season ever. Really, if you have time, and if you usually watch this show, come to the live stream, and you are getting used to the things that I'm paying attention to, that I'm telling, oh yes, look at that, and you are rolling in. Now watch season 5 from this point of view, and then tell me what you think. Because you will see that everything suspiciously always falls into place in season 5. Season 5 Untucked was epic, says Anders. Oh yes, every Untucked was epic since I think season 6, before they changed the format. It was so over the top. So over the top. Can Top play the full version of that song for our smoke break in my fantasy? Which song? Which song? I was hoping after Canada's Drag Race. What? Emmeline, edit out for new coffee, y'all. Enjoy them nuggies and fries. See you next week. Thank you so much for coming. Oh yeah, I will soon get out, get a nice cigarette, and get nuggets. I'm doing it. I don't give a shit. I deserve them. Oh, Tamisha's song, Arrogant. No, I cannot, because I cannot play copyrighted songs. I can always remove them from the streams, so that we don't get copyright claims. And but they, when you get copyright claims, inevitably it has an impact on the algorithm. It has an impact on your channel. That's why I always try to use copyright-free songs and just limit myself when I quote lip syncs and use like 4 or 5 seconds, because it never helps. And we're already not doing great with the algorithm, so things are starting to get a tiny bit better. I don't want to fuck it up. Anders, where are you from? We are from Europe. It's actually, I am the voice and the editor of the channel, but part of the work is done by my partner. Coffee flop phobic. Carrie, no, she didn't get a copyright strike. She did get a copyright block, which is not good, but it's hundreds of miles better than a copyright strike. To revert a strike, you have to start a legal process. Trust me, I know. We went through that same legal process, I think, a good dozen times since we started this channel. So, hey, Philip, what country are you from? We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. There is, there are crazy people online, and being too honest can bring you a ton of problems. So since we don't want anyone to ever fuck us up or, come to our real lives, contact our jobs, or simply messing with us just because we have a review show, we decided never to share that, never to appear on screen, never to say where we are from, never to say where we live. I'm not against opening up a little bit when, we are having a chat, we're having a talk. That's not a problem, but our privacy is paramount. So I always ask to people, please don't even open that door. I'm not offended if you ask. I give you an answer. It's not a problem. A lot of people not know, but don't, push too much. Like there are people who say, oh, I think you are this and I think you are that. And what didn't you get? About the fact that this is a matter of being able to keep working because people today are crazy. That's just how it is. And this channel does most definitely not pay any bill. If you want a comparison, we earn more from 3 days of work than what we get from the channel in a month. So that's basically it. I'm not offended when people say where you are, but it's just how it is. It's better. It's a compromise that works. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a channel to begin with. Jason, Jinx is a Broadway girl. She is, but she should sell out a little more for television. I think she is great television. She should sell out a little more. It would be great. It would be great. Coffee, this chat is so funny. Where's Fantasia to finish me off? I think Fantasia is working. Sometimes she comes, she says hello while she's working. She's like, oh, yeah, hello, I'm here. I think she's working right now. There is one thing that I wanted to check. What is that I wanted to check? Oh, yeah. That's okay. Where are we? Fulani, fair point, but we're humans and we can help to speculate. And trust me, I am a curious person. I totally understand it. Don't do it on the channel. Don't do it on the Discord. Don't do it. Try to do it with yourself, please. Because it always starts somewhere and then you get fucked in the ass for what? Saying what you think? With the best intentions, of course. I don't know. This internet is strange. I mean, it's a place to get incredible opportunities and build communities that you couldn't believe it was possible to build even 15, 20 years ago. But somehow I'm starting to miss that internet in which there was not much money circulating. It was not fashionable to spread your name on the internet. It was actually considered very foolish to ever go on any site on the internet and use your real name. Or, God forbid, use your credit card on the internet, It's, somehow, well, things have still gotten better, but eventually we will get a hang of this internet thing and this social media thing. We will evolve as a society and start using it better as an instrument. But until that day comes, you never know which kind of fucker might hear you say something that they don't like. And they're like, you know what? I will just call the place where you work at. Say that you harassed me. Or say that you use this vulgar language to talk to the public. Let's see what your workplace has to say about that. And based on how convincing they are. Basically, you know, we talk so much on this channel that you can make basically a supercut and having us say whatever you want. Make it convincing. You never know. I don't want this sort of problems. Those sort of problems are the kind of things that take away from you the ability to live. You know, the ability to survive, not the ability to live. The ability to be able to do basic things like buy food, pay rent, you know, have a car. It's just that. That's just my worst fear. Anders, do you think Kimchi will come back one day? She has enough money. She doesn't need to do that. Maybe it depends on how things evolve. I don't think it's likely she would ever come back as a contestant in the next 2 or 3 years. Coffee, do you like when we shout you out in other people's comments? I never know if it's taboo. You mean if you give us free publicity? I like free publicity. As long as it's not spam. Don't spam us outside. It's not cute when people spam in general. But if it's relevant to a conversation, like if you're talking about someone saying, oh, I don't know, Jen is such a bitch, and you're like, well, I follow this channel, they did a little bit of research, you can watch it, here's a link. If it's not like that, yes, by all means. But I'm very grateful if things like these happen. If you have to spam us, or no, don't spam. It's not nice. And also it reflects bad on us. Coffee, I feel like if the wrong people find out about the stream, there goes my fantasy. Oh, don't worry, we always have a mute button. We can always use a mute button. Hey Philip, have you thought of having guests on the live stream? As a matter of fact, it's something that I'm working on because I want to make a video talking about some things, but I want to actually record a live stream, come on live stream, and then use that as to actually edit a video out of it, like I do for the shop, for example. So I have contacted someone. We discussed what we want to do. I don't know if we will manage to do it, but if it happens, it will definitely happen next Sunday. So it's going to be a surprise. I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to jinx it, but there is an important issue that I want to talk about. And if this is going to happen, it's going to happen next Sunday. A couple hours before the actual chop starts, we are going to do this. But I will let you know in the next days, once we can, find out that everything is working out. Yes, so yes. It's a little unethical now. Influencers just want easy money. Oh, yes. Everybody loves clout. Everybody loves money. I mean, I love money too. I just don't love it that much. And it's not healthy. You cannot always crave for more shit, crave for more money, crave. That's not life. You cannot spend your life fucking craving. It's, it sucks away everything. You just don't have to get into that mindset. Get enough. Get things that make you happy, and that's it. Stop thinking about always getting more, always getting better. It's not just about getting things. It's also about enjoying, slowly improving yourself or your life, slowly enjoying the process. I'm a different generation. That's it. That's just it. See, there is deepfake technology now where they can use AI to use your image and voice and replicate whichever they want. Yeah, but that is different because it's not that good to begin with. You have to, you have to know what you're doing. I know a little bit about deepfakes. I know the principles that work behind it. There is a ton of options to start working with. It's not something trivial. People think that it's trivial. I can assure you it's not. Then the computing power needed is astronomical. So it's not something really readily accessible, at least not today. With that said, things always get better in time, things get simpler in time, so in 5 years maybe everybody will be able to do it. But no, for at the moment that's not really my problem. Also because my face is not on the internet to begin with. It's not just a matter of the channel itself, it's a general matter. I don't use social media. I don't put my face out there. You want to see me? You can come in real life. I don't even take pictures of myself to begin with. I'm not that, photogenic. Who gives a shit? Once you have a couple, that's it. Jay, someone said Kim Chi's outfit looked like an armrest when she was on Roscoe's. And I died. I can't unsee it now. Oh, let me get a little bit more comfortable. Where are we? Hey, Philip, that would help you be a bit more interactive with your viewer. Oh, I am extremely interactive with my viewers. Extremely interactive. That's just the way I like it. More than this? No. What's more than this? Giving you my my phone number. Yeah, I'm interactive enough. It's not very common that you have people staying hours on live streams or reading comments unless they get money for it. Or actually go to the comment section of videos and answering to comments, mostly because, there are deep shits that can't help but write shit comments, which of course wear you off after a while. But, I try my best, because sometimes you have people coming and saying things like, you changed the way I watch television. And I'm like, oh shit. That I am so proud of that. Thank you. Or things that don't understand things. People that don't understand things are asking real questions, And I always say, yeah, it's always better to have a conversation on Discord because it's an healthier environment than the YouTube comment section. But, I try to do that. And, you have people that come to live streams which pretend that it's live when it's pre-recorded, and I'm like, no, I'm doing good. I'm fine with what's going on. Jules, coming back. I went out and I'm just back. Thank you. Nightmare Truebaiter, need to leave. It was a great live stream. Thank you for coming. See you back next Sunday. Philip says, oh, I should get on stereo. Yeah, I know a lot of people tell me, you should go on stereo. You should go on, oh God, how is that app called? the one that I don't use, clearly. Publish the show as a podcast, for example. And I'm like, yes, I get it, that maybe doing that will give the show a little bit more visibility, but the live streams are not really podcasts. Much of what goes on in the live stream comes from me wanting to interact while I'm doing the review, or having time after so that we can have a little bit of a chit chat. So and of course, seeing the images, seeing the videos that make the review even more clear. This is not something that's done with the idea that it's like listening to the radio. I know that many people listen to the show like this. I know that they do it. And if they enjoy it like this, that's perfect. But that's not how I intend to have it produced. So I simply don't do that. Also because I want people to see receipts. Fantasia, I am on stereo. Welcome back. Fulani, I dislike that some content creators, this is shady, only interact with people who pay. That's because everybody loves money. You always forget the first rule. Everybody loves money. That's the whole thing. You know, I would do it too. If I would like money that much, I would do it too. Why not? Why not? Jason, I love the charts and just the honesty of what we get to say with keeping our private lives private. Yes, that's the point. You cannot be honest if you have to avoid having dipshit ruin your day life. You have to put on a mask. And that's, I mean, I have a job to put on a mask already. Jules, by the way, I paid for a cameo from Utica and she declined to do it. Maybe she was super booked as the price was lowered, but I felt crappy being such a huge fan of her. Mariah did a lovely cameo for $30. Maybe she didn't have time. You know, it's always better. I appreciate more when I want to buy a product and they tell me you cannot buy it. Than people who take my money and then they just disappear. And you're like, fuck, at least tell me something about it. You know, like, hey, I'm late. I'll come back to you in a week, 2 weeks. And then you know, it's still bad. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I actually appreciate when you have money and you go to people and say, hey, take my money. I'm buying it. Take my money, and they don't take it. It's a compliment. For me, it's a compliment. Anders, do you watch Drag Race reaction videos? No, because you know, the point with reaction videos, it's not really reaction, isn't it? And I am not interested in, unless I am interested in a specific person, and they are, you know, genuine, then yes, then it's interesting. But reactions videos themselves, no, that's not interesting to me. No. Jay, thinking about doing Drag Race reaction videos. Who's down? Oh my god, I just said I don't enjoy them. That's fantastic timing. Shit. Oh. It's Christe says, I just ordered some food. I hate you. I cannot order food at 3 a.m. in the morning. I actually have to get the fuck out of the house, get in the car, drive 4 kilometers to find the McDonald's that it's open in the night, and then I will get my nuggets. So I'm jealous. I'm just jealous. I'm just jealous. Signature. You are living in 1999. Oh yeah, in a way, yes. In a way, yes. I mean, I cannot imagine places in which you get people bringing you food at 3 a.m. in the morning. I mean, I'd be totally down for it, don't get me wrong. I would love it. But I cannot really imagine it. I cannot really imagine it. Jules, you cannot get Uber Eats? Oh, maybe we have it. It's just that, you know, I have a smartphone, but I don't use it as normal people use it. So I have no application on it. You know, just the minimum that I need. So no, Uber Eats? No, I don't. Maybe we have it. Maybe we do have it. Maybe we do have it, but let's be honest. Who doesn't like a good drive at 3 in the morning? Enjoying the streets completely empty in the middle of the night with your window down, fresh breeze coming from the outside, the expectation of chicken nuggets, knowing that you will get to smoke a cigarette while you wait for the food. I mean, it's an experience in and of itself. So for me, it's not really a problem. Of course, I would love to sit with my fat ass here while I'm talking and having nuggets magically appear on my desk. Yes, I would like it. But I also do enjoy the idea of getting out in the night. It's nice. It's just nice. Signature, my DoorDash surcharge is like $2. $2 to have food brought at your house at 3 in the morning? That's nothing. Oh my god, Krista, thank you. Thank you. My nuggets money just materialized in there. Thank you for your reviews, and it's evening here. I like the adventure in the middle of the night drives. Thank you. Well, I do enjoy nighttime. I think it's very, very peaceful. It's just a different image of the city that you get. It has something. Jay, that's my Uber Eats charge where I live. That's nuts. That's nuts. $2 is like, it's like €1.60 to have stuff delivered to your house in the middle of the night. Oh my god, if this would happen in here, we would probably pay, I don't know, €8, 7. It's about the equivalent of $17, something like that. No, it's not $17. What the fuck am I saying? It's more like 13, 14. That's, that sounds about right. I mean, it's still the middle of the night. Somebody has to drive to your place. You need to give them something. Carrie, food delivery is a wonderful thing. Signature, it's so easy to gain weight in here. Oh, come on. We can wait until the end of the pandemic to start a diet. We are all overweight. There's no problem with that. Jules, I live out of the city by 15 minutes, so we don't get anything except pizza delivered, and that stops at 1 a.m. I can relate more to you because I think it's the same in here. You know, when you don't live in a big metropolis, this is normal, I think. Unless Uber Eats, I think, changed everything. Signature, I get my groceries delivered. No, I can never do that. I need to choose my groceries. I need to choose them. I cannot. I mean, I don't even know the products. It's not like you can call and say, oh yes, I want 5 of these and 2 of that. I need to be there, see what's actually available. Touch it, read the ingredients, compare prices. Say, I'm that kind of grandma when it comes to groceries. No, I would never hoarder. Never. Anders, what do you think the game within a game means? Is it a joke? Signature, nuggets are served until 4 a.m. Then they switch over to breakfast. In here until 5 a.m. So I have a good 1 hour and 30 to actually get there. Hey Philip, overweight, I hardly know her. Fulani, I actually get my groceries delivered. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Carrie, oh my god, they got you too. Carrie, they got you too. Jay, oh my god, are you serious? Are you guys serious? Am I the only one who actually goes for groceries? Oh my god, Signature, I can do all of that on my app, Grandma. Oh, fuck off. Don't you enjoy going to the grocery store? You know, going around, checking out things. No? Am I the only one? I feel isolated now. Fulani, I'm really specific about my fruit and veggies, and I will ask for a refund if I don't like them. Oh my god. Signature, I spend less money when I get them delivered because I can't just pick things up. Oh, I get it. The secret is having a list. Hey Philip, do you feel very attacked? Yes. Yes, I do. I do. Jules, oh thank God, Jules. She gets her groceries like I do. Thank you. Thank you, Coffee. I buy my groceries in person and it's a burden every time. It is. It is. Especially if the elevator is broken. It is. Nora, I like to order food, but groceries is too much. Yes, I agree with that as well. Coffee, my partner gets them delivered and there's always at least a broken egg. Michael Morrison, I work at the grocery store. You'd be surprised how many people have their stuff delivered. I am old. I think I'm old. I think that's the problem. I'm just too old. No, it's, you know, I get the convenience of it, but for me, I am a person that cooks everything. I literally have a schedule to cook so that I have slots of allocated time in which I say, okay, today I'm cooking this thing. and I will cook it in a way then I can freeze part of it so that I will have a ready-made meal for 2 or 3 weeks until that thing happens enough so that we basically have a choice of 10-15 meals there that are ready-made. That's what I like to do, and I like to choose my things when I go to the grocery store, especially fresh stuff. I want to choose them myself. It's like, it's an experience in a way. I mean, it's good. You do whatever you are comfortable with, but for me, it's such an alien concept. For me, it's like asking someone to go out and buy me underwear based on their own tastes. And you're like, shit, no, I will buy my own underwear if you don't mind. That's how it feels to me. It's Krista. LOL, I need to socialize and go to the stores and find attractive men to look at. Oh, yeah. Jules, me, coffee, and top are old school. Oh, yes. Yes. Fabian Fox, hi from the UK. Much love. Thank you. Fulani, I socialize at the dog park. They are much nicer than at the grocery store people. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Jay, it's more jobs for people. Oh, yes, for sure. For sure. Carrie, I felt the same way until I tried it. Sometimes you just can't leave the house and you need spaghetti badly. Yeah, I get what you mean. It's just that for me, it's one of those things that it's like, I don't know, everything that's a kind of tool for me, it's something that I really want to judge by myself. Like, on the place. Some things, yes. Some things, when they are brand things, for example, I know that I want them. Those kind of things, yes, of course I could get them delivered. There is no problem with it. Like, I don't know, coffee, for example. Or some kind of condiments, for example. Ketchup. We have a favorite brand of ketchup, for example. Those things, yes, but basic groceries? No. Fantasia, I have to find a dog park. Maybe I can find a new boo. What's wrong with your current one? Signature, you are really a grandma. Fuck off. Yes. Krista, I wish I could like you cooking. You mean taste? It's good. We cook good in this house. We put a ton of effort. That's how we like it. Oh, I mean be like you cooking. Well, I think it's an educational thing. You know, when I was a kid, I was always used to be around my mom. And when I wasn't around my mom, like every fag out there, I was around my grandma. And my grandma used to cook a lot. She cooked everything, even basic things that you would think, oh, that's a basic thing that you need for your recipe. You just go to the store and you buy it. You don't make it that much from scratch. She used to do everything. And I was always there, observing, learning, liking. It was a bonding experience for me. So that thing remained with me. You know, cooking is an experience. It's not just something that you do because you need to eat at some point. It's an experience that offers more. There is more to it. So yeah, I like it. Fabian Fox came back when it's safe. Signature, I order underwear from Amazon. That we do as well. Especially, you know, during those times. We did as well. But that's not exactly what I said. I said have somebody else choose underwear for you. That's the comparison that I made. Jules, I had a partner who liked me buying his underwear. It got weird. Jordan, hello from Peru. In my country, it's 8 p.m. Here it's 3 a.m. Signature, I'm getting a cleaning person next week, so I'm officially not doing anything anymore. That is something that I would honestly enjoy. Yeah. I would love I would love not to clean the house. That I would love. That I would love. Homemade soup. I order groceries sometimes, but never fruits and vegetables. I need to Yes, exactly. You need to examine them in person. Yes. Homemade soup. I think these young people just don't buy products. Signature, you sound like you can cook good, to be honest. Well, compared from what I'm hearing from all of you young guys, even my worst cooking is probably going to feel like a gourmet. Ordering groceries. You guys are crazy. Fantasia, I've been trying to eat fresher vegetables, but I hate them. Yeah, that you need to know how to prepare them. I've seen some, sometimes I don't know how much it is representative of the culture, okay? But from media, sometimes I get that when American talks about vegetables, they mean steamed vegetables. Like carrots, broccoli, potatoes, peas, steamed and then put on a plate. And I'm like, oh, do you eat that? Do you really eat? I don't know if it's something real or something that it's just in media. But I'm like, my God, you are ruining those vegetables. There are specific ways to cook them. You need to elevate them. You have spices, you have a ton of things that you can use to make something together, and don't overcook them. You are destroying the value of it. You need to cook them the least possible to get where you want to be. I'm like, good God. Oh, we officially became a cooking channel, apparently. Yes, Jules, herbs, spices, sweet chili sauce in a grease-free pan with freshly prepared vegetables makes a delicious stir fry. That is different. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. But always remember, different vegetables have different cooking times, and you need to time that because you want them crunchy but cooked and not overcooked. Lord forgive me. Never overcook vegetables. That's a crime. Jason, I love my shopping. I could never do home delivery groceries. I'm a special and label whore. I gotta go shop. Fulani, you didn't read my note as to why I get delivery. I was high and ordered the Instacart delivery subscription for a year. Shit. So you're stuck with it. Good luck. Signature, I hate when people overcook my veggies. Yes, that's not acceptable. Joel's timing is everything. Coffee, this is inspiring. This is inspiring me to finally prep my summer salad for Warren. Summer salad? Signature, you have to remember that vegetables keep cooking when you turn the stove off, so plan accordingly. Oh yes, we are getting into proper cooking territory. Very good. Because I was thinking worse of you since you said that you get those stuff delivered. So I was like, yeah. And that's a trashy person. Oh my god. But you're proving me wrong. My god. I'm not dragging anyone. Don't worry. Drag her. Oh god. Speaking of cooking, drag should do another cooking show. Sasha and Shay killed it. Yeah, I like cooking shows. That's something that I do enjoy. Not the dramatic ones like, MasterChef or how is it called? There used to be another one. How was it called? I don't remember. It doesn't really have to be something edited. People on YouTube, that's what I really enjoy, especially culturally typical recipes. Is that the correct word? People that do typical dishes in their cultures. I find it really inspiring. And I like to try new things. I always get tired, I'm like, yeah, I hate that thing 3 weeks ago. I want something new. I treat myself as if this is a restaurant. So my partner enjoys them even more. He's subscribed to a ton of channels. I'm like, yes, every once in a while, it's okay. There's no actual correlation. Fantasia, why did you retract the message? What did you write in there? Were you being shady? Jules, that was a romantic chocolate broccoli moment between the two soulmates in season 9. Sasha and Shay. I love Chopped. It's the right amount of chaos. Oh, Fantasia, yes, I saw your message on Twitter. I saw it, but I haven't watched it yet because I saw it like 10 minutes before starting the live stream, and still I had to check that my microphone was working, load all the images in the streaming software, prep YouTube for connecting to my streaming software. Well, no, it's really the opposite. So yes, it's in there. When I have nuggets later, I will watch it. Fantasia, if I read the retracted message, you would have had a stroke. You mean another? The cooking show, not whatever blasphemy. Isa, I didn't say it. He said it. It's not on them. That show was created, if I'm not mistaken, by Willem. So don't go after Manila and Latrice. They just said, you offer me something, okay, it's good. We're in a pandemic, it's good, it's work. Don't go after them. They have nothing to do with it. They're just working. Krista, I like Christian nightmares. There is a drag cooking show with Bambi Coulee, Shea Coulee's daughter. I try to cook for people, but my food is too spicy for my boyfriend, and it's too bland for my Indian family. You know, actually, my partner bought Indian food yesterday. It was so overpriced, my God. You know. Imagine paying for a good plate of rice and a sauce on the side with shrimps. Imagine paying $25 for that. It was fucking overpriced. With that said, it was like, oh my God, it's too spicy. And I was like, no, it's not spicy enough. So yeah, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. Taco Bell is delicious. Jules. Never went there. Jay, I call shade. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Jason, cooking is very rewarding for sure. Just never do it for a job or you begin to wait. Oh, yes. Yes. I completely agree. Signature, how many nuggets do you usually order? I usually get 20, but I never finish them. Taco Bell is delicious. Are the recipes different in other countries? I think that all of these chains have the same, maintain, constant, yes, the same recipes across different countries. That's basically the allure of it. Like McDonald's is the same everywhere. Burger King is the same everywhere. Jules, I'm not sure if they're different recipes, but we have a great Taco Bell here in New Zealand. The spices and sauces are from the U.S., but meats and cheeses are from New Zealand. Yeah, it makes no sense to have like meat flown across continents. It really makes no sense. Coffee, what did Willem do, and why are people blaming Latrice and Manila? No, they were talking about the fact that we have the same name on the show, and I was like, no, nobody is blaming them, but I was like, if, don't do that, because they are not the one who created it. They are not the one who forgot to fucking go on the internet and check if somebody already had a show called with the same name. That's what I wanted to say without really saying it. So that's simply what I was saying. Not Patrice. Patrice. I have a lot of people coming to the video, the blame it on the edit, that comment saying, calling Latrice Latisse. I'm like, every time I read it, I'm like, Latousse. Oh, good God. Okay, you know what? It's time to get the fuck out of here, dress up, because I am going to McDonald's and I am going to get nuggets. And I'm also going to smoke a cigarette. Now, with that said, episode will be out, I hope, in a couple of days with all of the videos proving all of those confessionals that I shown you. Next Sunday, if everything goes right, I'll be back on stream 2 hours before our usual time with a special guest. If everything goes right. I hope everything will go right. Depends on the amount of things that we have to do and if we find time for actually everything. So, thanks everyone for coming. If we manage to get this thing together, I will let you know everywhere on Discord, on Twitter, on the community section on the channel. I will even pin a comment somewhere, and we will see what happens. Yes, Jules, a special guest. So, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I hope the review was entertaining. I hope you had a nice time. And if you will, I will see you back next Sunday, earlier than before, but same exact place. And have a good day, a good night, a good morning, wherever you are. Thanks for coming, and I will see you soon. Good night, everyone.